Welcome back to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. With only 2 rounds remaining, the world's best players are entering the decisive phase of this prestigious event. In Norway Chess Women, the title could be decided as early as today. Tournament leader Bibisara only needs to take her game to Armageddon to secure the biggest victory of her career and take home the title. Over in Norway Chess, the race for the first place remains incredibly tight. Can Wesley hold on to the lead, or will Alireza and Pragg mount one final charge and fight their way onto the top? And then there's world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT of chess, enduring his most difficult tournament in more than a decade. Can he put the setbacks behind him and finish strong in these final 2 rounds? The margins are getting smaller and every point carries enormous weight. Who will handle the pressure better and who will take home 700,000 Norwegian crowns? The endgame begins now. Welcome everyone to day 9 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is the penultimate day, the penultimate show. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf, and let me introduce you to our wonderful panel of pundits here in the studio. Representing our audience's chess content creator, Simon Bélanger.
Always a pleasure, Anna.
Our chess expert is Norwegian Super Grandmaster and birthday boy, Aryan Tari.
Happy to be here.
Happy birthday, Aryan. Happy to have you. There might be some surprises, maybe not just on the chessboard, but for now, I would like to welcome our special guest of the day, renowned chess journalist, Dirk-Jan ten Kozentam.
Thank you very much, Anna.
Dirk-Jan, let me start with you. Since you have been following Norway Chess, being present at Norway Chess for so long. For 13 years, it was held in Stavanger. This year, it moves to Oslo, and we are hosting the event at the biggest public library of Norway. What is the atmosphere like? How do you find the event this year?
I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, amazing is an overused word, but this is amazing. The integration of the chess tournament in this library, it's incredible. I mean, if I look at it, the way life goes on here and the way chess takes place here, it almost feels organic, as if they were created for each other. So it's a wonderful venue.
It's absolutely wonderful, and you put it so right, how organically everything is flowing into one another. And a lot of people who come to study here for their exams now are like, oh wait, chess? I want to play chess. Let me learn. So it really is just an absolutely amazing atmosphere here. We have today and tomorrow for the final 2 rounds of the event. But before we head into today's action, we see the players here arriving already for today's round. Let's also talk about what happened the day before yesterday. The players had a rest day yesterday, but before the rest day, in round 8, there were some crucial clashes. Let's start with Norway Chess Women, Simon.
Yes, one game I want to highlight, Anna, is the game of Divya Deshmukh against tournament leader Bibisara Assaubayeva. Divya had the advantage in the middle game, but after one mistake, Bibisara found a brilliant rook sacrifice to launch a decisive attack on the king and secure another important win. She's going to be really hard to take the spot.
Yeah, that's 3 points in classical for Bibisara, isn't it, Aryan? Huge win.
Huge win for Bibisara, and as you guys can see on the screen, Jiner gets 3 points for beating world champion Wenjun, winning the Chinese matchup there. Anna Muzychuk lost her Armageddon to former world champion Humpy Koneru, and Divya lost to Bibisara, who is currently leading the event by quite a margin.
Huge margin indeed, Aryan. It's such a huge margin that if today Bibisara manages to take her game to an Armageddon, that would give her the tournament win today already. We will definitely talk more about the details of that matchup, the key game of today in Norway Chess Women. But we also have some really important moments to show to all of our viewers about round 8 of Norway Chess. And Aryan, I think Norway was bleeding that day because Magnus Carlsen is not in his best.
Certainly bleeding, and he has this game against Praggnanandhaa the day before the rest day. As you guys can see on the screen, this was the moment where Magnus made the losing mistake. He had to go down with the king, but after this move, he ended up in a mating net, and Pragg played a flawless game, putting a lot of pressure on the world number 1 as he cracked in the end under time pressure.
And the frustration, you can tell that Magnus just couldn't believe it. He was holding on to that endgame so well in time trouble, but then steps into the mating net and could not believe it. He goes down 2-0 against Pragg. It was his second defeat already, Simon.
Yes, huge defeat, and Pragg is making history. And for the other games, we have Alireza, who won against Gukesh, and Wesley won the Armageddon against Vincent, which place Wesley at the top of the leaderboard.
He's at the top indeed, but the margins here are a lot smaller. And considering that you get 3 points for a classical win, pretty much anyone can still win the tournament with 2 good games in the final 2 rounds. So we'll keep a close eye on the matchups of the day. In Norway Chess, it's still wide open who will take home the crown and who will take home the glory. And this is all, again, what we mentioned about the format being so special here in Norway Chess. The 3 points in a classical win, but also the rest of the details of this format, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah, it's a truly unique format. It's one of the only formats where you have this Armageddon. If the classical ends in a draw, it doesn't stop there, as they play an Armageddon game right after, where the winner gets 1.5 points, the loser gets 1. But the classical win is 3 points, which is huge, and that's why we get a lot of decisive games in this tournament.
And what about the prize fund? $200,000 and split for men, and also $2,000 for women. So it's really a nice thing for Norway Chess to bring equality in this sport. And yeah, it's truly something I wish more tournaments do in the future.
Hopefully a lot of events will follow, because it is truly pioneering what Norway Chess is doing with the equal prize fund, equal conditions for both fields. And we love to see that the women chess here at this event has been more accurate actually than the Norway chess field. So the ladies have been playing better chess and making less mistakes than Norway Chess and Magnus Carlsen himself. So yeah, take some notes there, Norway chess field. Today's pairings are going to be crucial for those first places, and I would love to have your thoughts on this, Dirk-Jan, when you see today's clashes. What stands out to you the most?
Well, it's easy to pick. Well, it's not so easy to pick one, because all 3 of them contain great stories. You have the Indian rivalry between Gukesh and Pragg. Then Alireza is very close to the top spot, so he will definitely choose for an interesting approach, which plays into the cards of Vincent, who definitely has his own ambitions. And then we have Magnus, who has to, well, he would love to take revenge against Wesley, but on the other hand, he's black and Wesley is pretty solid. So let's see if he manages to get some play there. But all three great stories.
Three great stories. We'll keep a close eye on all of those matches, as you mentioned. They could be crucial for the first place. And will Magnus find something playable to choose today against Wesley, or will Wesley's opening choice will be just really solid and impossible to break through? Could be one of the main questions of today. And Aryan, in Norway Chess Women, the tournament could be decided today.
Indeed, Bibisara has a huge lead in the tournament. She has 15.5 points, and Divya is playing Jiner, both on 10 points, and Bibisara is playing against Anna Muzychuk. And I believe even if she makes a draw and wins the Armageddon, it's enough for her to clinch the tournament victory. And we have Humpy, who's been struggling this tournament, playing against world champion Wenjun.
And someone else who has been struggling in this event is the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, but he did stop by our reporter today and gave us an interview. So over to you, Magnus.
Magnus, how is your mood today? Did you manage to recharge your batteries?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of a little bit tired after the tournament. Like, it's been long, and also I've had a lot of long, exhausting games, and they haven't gone all that well, but at least I feel fairly rested after the rest day. Like, not like energetic, but somewhat rested, and we'll see what can happen today.
And final question, Magnus, you won pretty much almost every major event recent years. Of course, the expectation is super high for you. What is the story of this tournament, if you could share it to the fans?
No, of course, I'm disappointed, like I think a lot of people are. And I think now that I play so few classical events, it kind of puts more pressure in everybody's mind, that it makes it like a little bit more dramatic that I'm not doing well. But I mean, the truth is that this is now the 4th Norway chess tournament that I've had like a pretty bad, like really bad results. So like it's gonna happen occasionally, and I've also won a ton. So but it's just now I won a tournament a few weeks ago, and this tournament I'm doing badly, and a lot of people are going to have the takeaway that I did really, really poorly, which is fair enough.
But we still wish you to strike back the last 2 rounds. Best of luck today.
Thank you. I'll try my best.
Wesley, tell us please, is it more special to lead the tournament or playing Magnus today?
Well, lead the tournament. It doesn't happen too much. Yeah, lead the tournament for sure. Yeah, because I think I played Romania before this. I never led, so I don't think I ever led Norway before. So.
You won against Magnus in the first half. Does it boost your confidence for today's game?
Yeah, for sure. The fact that he lost 4 games classical, clearly shows that he's not the best form. But I'm very excited because he could easily turn it around. So we'll see.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Dirkjan, what are your thoughts on these interviews? This is going to be our main clash for the day, the tournament leader Wesley So against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, who is disappointed about his tournament here.
Yes, well, I'm a bit surprised that Magnus, that he refers to his playing, well, less classical. He played a good tournament in Malmö where he fought back to win the event. And it's not like all the other players are playing an awful lot of classical chess. I mean, they are also playing a lot of rapid and blitz. So I think his weak form should not be explained by his playing too little classical chess. Probably he should look for different reasons. And it might be very useful for him to evaluate this tournament and see what it means for his chess in the coming couple of years.
We hope that he'll look back, analyze what happened, take some conclusions, and maybe it will make him stronger for the next years. Maybe it will make him more hungry and more ambitious. We want to see a Magnus that wants to stay on the top for a long time. Yeah. And the lady at the top of Norway Chess Women is Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva. We do have an interview with Bibisara as well.
Bibisara, another day, and yours still, the leader of the tournament. Please tell us what is in your mind, what is your thought before the start of the game?
I just want to finish the tournament good. It's going well for me, and I just enjoying the atmosphere and the tournament. So yeah,
How did you spend your day off yesterday?
I just walk a little bit, eat some food, and that's all.
Good luck today then.
Thank you.
The tournament leader, Bibisara, is going to face defending champion Anna Muzychuk today. Most of their encounters ended in draws, including their game earlier in the event. That was a draw in Classical and an Armageddon win for Anna. But from what we have seen in the standings, the margins are so huge now between Bibisara and Anna that Anna needs to win in Classical. That is her only chance of overtaking Bibisara. But she's got the black pieces today. Simon, do you think Anna will try to go for something risky, sharp, or she might consider that too much to play for a win like that?
Yeah, I'm really curious. We've seen that she played in the past so the Dutch opening, like a really imbalanced opening. So I'm really curious if we're gonna see something like that, creating some imbalance, creating some early attacking chances. Yeah, I'm really curious. What about you, Aryan?
I think she's gonna play pretty solid today. Bibisara, with considering the tournament situation, has a huge lead. As long as she doesn't lose, she has really good chances to win the tournament. So I don't expect her to take too many risks. I would expect Sindarov to give her a preparation that leads to maybe drawish play.
This will be the game we start with today, and the ceremonial first moves have been performed by our volunteers at the event. There's nearly 40 volunteers at Norway Chess, making sure that everything is running smoothly. We cannot thank enough the volunteers who oftentimes take holidays so that they can be here at Norway Chess and help the most prestigious event in the world run as smoothly as possible. So shout out to the volunteers and shout out to these two ladies for bringing on their A game, and they are at the very top. Bibisara, the leader, in second place, Anna Muzychuk. And let's take a look at those opening moves. Dirkian, what were your thoughts on what Simon shared, and do you think that Anna will be playing solid, or is she going to go for something more dynamic and try to win with the black pieces?
I guess that with her experienced and slightly classical approach, her first aim will be to equalize and then see if there's anything more to be got there. At the same time, I'm curious what approach Bibisara will take. She's seen a surge of strength in recent months, which is amazing, and it's amazing what love can do in chess. And I think both Bibisara and Sindarov, that their happiness plays a big part in their successes. That's my conviction.
Aryan, do you agree? And do you think that this is their superpower, Bibisara and Javokhir Sindarov, who is not competing in the field, but he is here supporting his girlfriend, Bibisara, and the incredible candidates tournament that Sindarov had not long ago?
Yeah, I mean, they've both been reaching new heights, and it must be amazing, like success after success. And they're doing well on and off the board. So I think it's what we all should dream of, the chess players. Meanwhile, here we have a semi-Slav opening, which shows ambition from Anna Muzychuk.
Oh, and we do have actually a clip of Bibisara arriving today with her boyfriend, world champion challenger Javokhir Sindarov, to the playing venue. Every day, Sindarov accompanies Bibisara to the games, and as you highlighted, oftentimes he also helps with the preparation. So this could be Javokhir's preparation.
Yeah, very supportive Sindarov, who showed up here to help her out, and the players are making their moves pretty fast here. So for the viewers, I just want to explain the first few moves. I mean, it's mostly just developing and focusing on the center. In this position, Black has many different moves they can go for. I would say probably 5 quite serious moves. This one is considered to be very fighting. It's called the semi-Slav opening. You're just pushing a pawn 1 square and defending the center. Here, White has different moves. This is also possible, but Bibisara pushes the pawn one square, opening up for her bishop. The knight develops. Bibisara developing her bishop. Here, Anna already taking a decision in the center there, capturing the white pawn. It's still pretty theoretical. Black can also develop the bishop here. The players have studied this beforehand. Takes, and Black continues on this seemingly aggressive move, pushing the pawn 2 squares up, forcing the white bishop to retreat. The idea here is that Black's bishop finds a home on this square, and potentially if Black gets to push this pawn, this bishop might wake up in this diagonal. So this is a very theoretical position in the semi-Slav opening, and both players have experience here. I think Anna is just taking a bit of a pause there, trying to remember her analysis. This pawn push forces the white knight to move. It's also one of the main moves. I think it's more trendy the last few years. It's kind of forcing white to react. I think moving the bishop first instead is more popular, but this is also known to be a completely fine move on top level. I'm personally not an expert on this opening. I'm not really a queen's pawn player myself, but I think white usually goes here with a knight trading, or can maybe go here too. Let's see what Bibisara does. I mean, eventually Black is going to try to challenge the white center by pushing this pawn, which is very natural. You always want to put pawns in the center in the opening and try to fight for the center. What do you make of this position, Dirk? Do you play the semi-Slav yourself?
No, but it's an opening that has been seen thousands of times. What I'm wondering is that now that Bibisara is thinking whether that is a first plus for Anna, that she's chosen a sideline that I mean, as you say, Bishop B7 is far more popular, right? So that she gets her to think, and then we simply have to wonder if her thinking means that she's remembering preparation, or that she's slightly surprised by this.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll say that usually if you spend more than 5 minutes, it means that it's probably a surprise, but spending like 2-3 minutes is very, very normal. You're just trying to kind of figure out what you've looked at in this position, and maybe recall some work that has been done. I believe both moves here are playable for white. Maybe this one is more solid, just trading some pieces, and it is indeed what Bibisara goes for here. And I think Black usually just develops here, but I mean, can capture this knight in the center and also then develop. Eventually, Black will try to defend this bishop to push this pawn. I mean, you cannot do it now as the bishop is hanging, so have to make some supportive moves. Okay, she takes that very quickly. Anna is very well prepared, it seems. Now this pawn is under pressure, so very natural to develop the bishop to protect it, as she does.
Now I guess you can bring out the queen, maybe?
Bring out the queen, or maybe you can also castle, Simon.
Okay.
Would but you want to be aggressive with
Yeah, I feel like this pawn is really weak, and I feel like, okay, yeah, I'm going to attack it. I'm going to bring the queen, I'm going to bring the knight. Is it...
It does appear... This does appear weak, but actually Black is always going to be able to move the rook to the right side here and protect it. So it's hard to kind of target it so much. So I think...
What if you bring the queen on the edge of the board on a4?
So you can do that, and now your point is that if I protect, you're going to capture this one.
Yeah.
Black is probably just going to move the queen to this square and try to protect the whole house, and eventually push this pawn one square up. But it's possible. I think Bibisara is going to go with safety first and just castle. Pretty natural.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's because of the tournament situation, but I feel like Bibisara is a bit more nervous than usual. I I normally see her very confident, very logged in. Now she's braiding her hair, looking at the position, probably still knowing these variations, as you mentioned, Aryan, but it's really hard to not have it in the back of your mind that you only need a draw in this game. She only needs to make a draw in this classical game to win the tournament. I feel like I'm looking at her, I'm looking at the body language, and I feel like, yeah, she's in really good shape. She knows that she could win the tournament today, but that's something that's hard not to think about at all. But what do you think, Dirk-Jan? Do you think it might be psychologically a bit tricky?
Yeah, well, that's what the feeling that you get. I mean, the couple of minutes that she thought, the way she's looking at the position, that it feels like this is not a line that she's been looking at before the game, and which doesn't mean that it's giving Black an advantage immediately or anything. But Anna is in her preparation, is my guess, and Bibisara not at the moment.
And Anna is the defending champion from last year, so Bibisara knows that she's in front of a warrior.
Very much so.
Yeah. Anna has a lot of experience. I mean, she's been on the top level of women's chess for so many years. Maybe, I think maybe 13, 14 years, maybe 15 years even. She's been one of the most experienced grandmasters. She's won so many tournaments, the World Rapid Championship and Blitz Championship. Let's see what's happening on the board. So Bibisara did castle, getting the king to safety there, and Anna, still in preparation as we expected, develops the bishop. The bishop sometimes goes to this square as well. I guess both moves are possible. I mean, the focus here is just to castle and get the king to safety. I don't think Bibisara is too unhappy here either. It's considered to be quite a solid position. I'd say, I mean, everything is kind of protected. There's no weaknesses for White here. So White is very solid. I think I've seen that White often tries to push this pawn one square up to challenge this pawn. As let's say if Black takes it, I think White would be quite happy to get some play in this file, maybe place a rook here. That's kind of opens up some new doors for White if Black captures this pawn. So usually Black pushes this pawn 2 squares to protect the pawn on the b4 square. And White develop, try to get the rooks connected. There's so many different paths and variations in the semi-Slav variation, the line that Anna is playing here. So it's kind of difficult to focus on one. This might be that because this is not the main line, I would say, in the semi-Slav opening. It's more new, I believe. So probably Bibisara had a lot of stuff to prepare. So this one is not as fresh in her mind. But another logical move, I think, is, for instance, like putting the queen on this square. And now you're actually stopping Black from castling here because this pawn will be hanging. So it does look very logical to do that. Then I think Black is going to push his rook on this square and line it up against the white queen. But still, this is not possible as the bishop will be hanging. So Black has to prepare the pawn push, probably move the rook and then bring the queen to play the pawn one square up. Because currently, I'd say like this bishop on the central square is dominating this bishop that is on the left of the board, because this bishop is active, this bishop is passive, and that's why Black really wants to achieve this pawn push, trading off White's active piece. And if we compare this bishop to the bishop that is on the starting square, I mean, this bishop on c1 is currently pretty bad. So it's you really want to trade the bishop that is in the middle of the board. I know that you're usually pushing the pawn, the king's pawn player, Simon. But what do you make of this position? Like, for like the first impression, do you like White or do you like Black?
Um, I couldn't even tell. I think both are pretty playable. We're so early in the opening stage. But yeah, I think I would feel comfortable with both. But that bishop, that dark square bishop for white is needs to be really developed soon, because it feels like it's in a cage right now.
Yeah, right now that bishop is very, very lonely, and yeah, it's that's why I proposed this pawn push. Because if
It's gonna free it up.
yeah, you're really trying to free it up. Like if black, for instance, now doesn't react, let's say castles here, white will capture, black takes with the bishop. This would definitely be an achievement for white, because these pawns are split right now, and that's not considered something that is great to have split pawns. They can potentially be a bit weak if you don't have any pawns next to it to defend. And right now, for instance, white could maybe move the queen up here with a double attack, or even just trading the dark squared bishops. I would say is in white's favor here. Takes, and still white has a superior bishop in the center of the board against this bishop that is a bit weak. So black has to play accurate here, but I would say black is still the one trying to equalize, because you want to achieve this pawn push. But yeah, certainly looks like Bibisara is on her own at this point. I mean, she's been spending more than 5 minutes on the last move. So that's I would go to say that Anna has won the opening battle, perhaps.
There's a lot of tension in this position, right? And that feels more uncomfortable for white now than for black, which doesn't say anything about the objective assessment, but it's this feeling of, well, who's calling the shots for the moment.
Certainly so. Let's see how long Bibisara will be thinking here. And while she is having a think about this middle game, we will go to the main court at Norway Chess. That is the tournament leader, Wesley, so facing the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus did come to the board pretty ambitious, I would say, based on his opening choice. He played the Sicilian defense, Najdorf variation. Aryan will break down everything about why that opening is actually quite a sharp choice and how Wesley approached it from White's perspective.
Yeah, it's definitely a very sharp choice, Anna. The Sicilian in general is signaling ambition from Magnus. For instance, Magnus has played many World Championship matches, and for instance against Nepo, his last World Championship match before he gave away the throne, he was playing very, very solid, pushing the pawn 2 squares up, mirroring white. So I'd say when Magnus wants to be very, very solid, this is what he goes for. But the Sicilian is much more fighting, especially this variation is called the Najdorf variation, which was Garry Kasparov's special weapon. He was the world #1 for 20 years, and he was beating everyone playing this Najdorf opening. I don't know if he was the one that popularized it. It was probably popular before that, but it's certainly...
Well, Najdorf.
Yeah.
And Bobby Fischer.
Yeah, but it's certainly, I would say, more top players.
No, I think it was, well, Bobby Fischer and Garry Kasparov who did most of the work to promote this.
Yeah.
And normally speaking, this wouldn't be a Magnus opening in the old days, right?
It wouldn't be in the old days, but actually Magnus has played this opening a lot the last few weeks. And he played it in this tournament in Sigeman Chess 2 weeks ago in Sweden.
Yeah.
And
actually, it's funny
he lost to Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, he had a very subtle opening plan, which didn't look incredibly ambitious, but gave him a very pleasant endgame.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is very sharp, but that was just a pleasant endgame for white.
And he also played it against Praggnanandhaa earlier in this tournament, which didn't go his way. I mean, he had a good position there with the black pieces at some point. Pragg pushed his pawn 2 squares, very, very aggressive. Generally, white has a lot of options here, but Wesley goes for, I would say, the most solid continuation. Moving the bishop. This one is normal, but after black pushes the pawn 2 squares, so I'd say usually the knight goes to this square, and we often get very dynamical positions, like white pushes on the king side, black pushes on the queen side, But this move is known to be sort of like very, very safe for white because you go for a more positional approach. You're trying to play not so aggressive, but just play on the squares. And it really suits Wesley's style, I would say. It's very, very solid pair, and especially with the tournament situation, I don't think he wants to take too many chances. I think the main move here for black is to move the bishop, just go for development, but Magnus going for a more unusual move, moving the queen one square up. I mean, it has its points as you're stopping white from developing the bishop to this square, playing on the light squares. White plays this pawn, but which is actually very normal. You do want to stop black from taking space here. So this is the most normal move in the position, just preventing counterplay. Both sides are developing, and
Aryan, excuse me, someone is interrupting us, and not just me. It's the world #1 Magnus Carlsen in the confessional booth. So over to you, Magnus.
I'm finding this position very uncomfortable. Like, we're 10 moves in, I think, about that. And both players have castled. And there's no imminent attack. There's no imminent crisis in the center or anything like that. It's just a kind of normal positional game. It's just blowing my mind. I haven't seen one of those all tournament, essentially. I don't know what to do.
Magnus Carlsen hasn't seen something like this. They're both castled, no crisis in the middle of the board. It's just a normal position, Aryan. That's what the world #1 is saying. It's new to him during this tournament.
yeah, it's new to him. And it was, as I said, like he played a neither. He wanted to get the sharp fight, but Wesley went for the most solid approach for white, I would say. You're just kind of like castling short and not going for any pawn marches. And actually here it's a funny situation because I think if Wesley wants to, he could push his knight up to this square, hitting the black bishop. And I think like maybe Magnus can, I mean, I guess he can go to this square as well, but I was just thinking if Magnus goes back, Wesley can go back if he wants to repeat moves, but maybe black will just go to this square. And
while this opening is really important, we want to wish you a very happy birthday, Aryan.
thank you so much.
Happy birthday, dear Aryan. Happy birthday to you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. You didn't have to do that.
We know you love surprises, Aryan. You said hopefully there will be nothing. Hopefully there will be nothing on the broadcast.
Thank you so much.
And we also have some of your...
Norwegians are the best people. Like, I mean, last year I also got a birthday cake, so I'm always really well taken care of, and yeah, it's.
We love you.
I can't ask for more. So
Everyone loves you, Aryan.
Perfect
You
place
deserve it.
Perfect place to be on my birthday, for sure.
Always want to
great
be
company.
here. Always want to be at Norway Chess on your birthday. And we also have some of your memories from earlier in your career. Can you talk us through some of these pictures? Also photos with Magnus, your teammate and friend.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of those pictures on the left are actually from Norway Chess. I believe 2020. And the picture in the center is actually from a trip to Los Angeles in 2023 with Magnus. I think we were at a nightclub here. Yeah, so 3 pictures from Norway Chess, and there's two pictures from a bar. I think both are from 2023, so it's a few years ago, but it brings back good memories.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. The picture on the right is actually from Oslo. It's close to this location.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it's the chess bar, but I know that at the chess bar at Good Night, all the tables are basically chess boards, so...
Yeah, it's not there actually. Yeah.
I still need to make it to that place. Maybe we should celebrate your birthday at the chess bar here.
We can do
Oslo.
that. I mean, whatever you guys feel like. Yeah.
Happy birthday again, Aryan, and now that we know that hopefully Magnus will wish you a happy birthday, but let's take a look at those moves that we interrupted when you were analyzing, Aryan.
Yeah, so... oh, Wesley went for that move I was talking about.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Wesley wants to play very solid here, but I think Magnus is not going to go with the bishop all the way back. I think it's going to go one square behind to this this square, and if Wesley goes back now, I don't think Magnus is going to repeat. I really think Magnus wants to fight and try to win a game to feel a bit better. Maybe now he will just develop the knight.
Yeah, you think he will take more risk today again?
I mean, on one hand, I think Magnus just wants the tournament to be over. But it, of course, helps a lot to win one game to feel a bit better. So, yeah. But it's very tough to do it against Wesley. What do you think, Dirk?
Well, I was wondering if you were surprised that he pushed the e-pawn 2 squares instead of 1.
Yeah.
I mean, keeping more tension and asking for a more aggressive game. I mean, this is very positional and kind of annoying for Black. I mean, it's more difficult to play. I mean, if he gets chances, I mean, it will be way further down in the game. And he could have kept that tension by pushing the pawn 1 square less.
Yeah, I'm very curious what's going to happen now. There is one option that I didn't consider though. Like Black can also go up here with the bishop. So it's 3 options, I would say. Like you can either go 1 square back, go all the way home, or go forward to this square. But this one, I don't really like it because I feel like after White trades the light square bishop, he gets more control over this. I mean, this is like a hole in the black position, which is the drawback of playing this move. If White gets very control over that square, let's say if the White knight would like land on this square and cannot be distracted, it would be a very good outcome for White. So there is a lot of focus on this square and basically hindering the White knight from getting comfortably here. And White could also not trade bishops, just move it up once. Oh, sorry, that was a blunder by me.
You're allowed to do that on your birthday, Aryan. It's okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm still waking up. Yeah, you cannot do that. I don't know why I suggested that, but yeah, it has to trade bishops, but this one it does seem pretty solid for White. Maybe it takes and move the rook to this square and focus on the defense.
Square.
Yeah. Do you see? Question for Simon: if Black pushes the knight, the White knight back, and captures this pawn, White takes back, the Queen takes. Do you see what White does here?
Yeah, you can take the pawn on the king side.
You can do that. You even have something better, actually.
Really?
I was also looking at the capture, and I'm like, ooh, there's something even better. It's a pretty move, very pretty.
Really? I don't see it.
But you have the idea, Simon. Just use it even more, capitalize even more on the position.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna take the central pawn with the bishop. So you're gonna move it on c5.
Well, just imagine you can push it. You can put it anywhere.
Oh, okay, yes. You're gonna target the bishop then.
Yes, targeting the bishop. That's
so you're gonna go on
winning
g5.
move, hitting the queen and the bishop. So White wins material here.
Wow.
So yeah, I think an important choice for Magnus here. I really suspect he's just gonna move his bishop 1 square back and kind of ask Wesley, like. I mean, it also looks a bit stupid for White to go back and then Black like does something else. Black doesn't have to repeat, but I think Wesley, with this opening, I think it seems like he's not super ambitious today.
No, he just puts the onus on Black.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play, you play. I mean, take your risks, and I will punish you, hopefully. Yeah. So I mean, his approach is totally understandable. Don't go crazy, and if you get chances, just take them. it's an annoying situation for Magnus because
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I would say having the black pieces, and if you really like want to win against Wesley, it's maybe the toughest task in the world.
yeah. But
He's
then,
trying, though. We are happy to see that he's trying. And what you mentioned, Durkin, about the tournament situation, how it matters. We do have our game theory corner here every day, and the probability of Wesley still winning the tournament is actually very likely, of course, with a 1-point lead. It is, at the moment, 55.7% chance, according to our game theory expert, Mehmet, that it's Wesley who will take the first place here. Alireza has pretty good chances, too, at 34%. And it gives 8.4% chance to Pragg, which honestly I am surprised by. I thought Pragg he's still within reach, 2 points behind Wesley, and with one win in Classical, you get 3 points. So I would give Pragg personally more chances, but I would love to have your thoughts on the chances that you see here, Dirk, and how it's still giving Magnus Carlsen 0.4% chance. There's still a mathematical chance for the world number one.
well, I think I agree with you that I would guess that Pragg's chances are more than this, but still there are chances. It's well, I guess that Mehmet, he calculated everything and he included all the factors there. Also the factor that you can really make a lot of progress in 2 rounds. But yeah, it's I don't think Wesley thinks like this. I don't think he feels that he has more than 50% chance to win the tournament now.
Really?
He's way too conservative for that. So he will celebrate the win once he wins, and not a second earlier.
Not a second earlier. I think you are right. And I would love to check in on the other games as well that will impact who will take the first prize here in Norway. This is the other key game. Former tournament leader Alireza Firouzja has the black pieces today against German number 1 Vincent Keymer. Let's check in on the current position, Aryan, and what this middle game is about. What are the key factors here for white and black?
Yes, so we also got a Sicilian in this game. Alireza is really considered to be a very big expert in the Nighterf opening that Magnus played, also a sharp Sicilian. But here Vincent Keymer deviates. He goes for the Moscow variation in the Sicilian.
The Moscow.
Yes, this is called the Moscow variation. Also a very popular move on the top level. I myself has played it many times.
It's created by the Russians? No?
Maybe you know more about that.
Secret factory.
Yeah.
It makes sense if it is.
I to be honest, I didn't know it was the Moscow variation.
Yeah.
But I don't know when it was given that name. You think, but that would be a pretty recent name, right?
I mean, that's what I've been told that it is called the Moscow variation. I don't know how old it is, but like, does it have another name or?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it appeared already in the 70s, I guess.
Yeah, probably something like that. I mean, within the last 50 years. Here, Black can also defend that check with the bishop, but Alireza develops a knight. Funnily enough, I had this position against Alireza in the Norway Chess 2023 with the white pieces, and I have some good memories because I actually won that game, and it was my last game ever in the Norway Chess, which I played, and
he also played this knight move.
Yes, exactly. He also played this knight move, and here I castled. This moving the bishop one square behind looks a bit odd. I mean, generally you're told that you're not supposed to move the same piece twice in the opening. Like, focus more on development. But the goal here is basically that you're trying to make a clever waiting move, and often this bishop reroutes and finds a home on this square, because what usually happens is that white castles, and after this move, the bishop doesn't have a good square to go to. Like, if you go here now, then the bishop suddenly gets trapped as these pawns push forwards. And otherwise, the bishop, like, it often goes here, but it's a bit in the way here. Like, it's in front of the white pawn. Like, you generally want to push this pawn, and it's not possible now. So this move that Vincent Keymer plays, it's just a smart waiting move and wanting to safeguard the bishop. Knight develops, castle. I mean, the viewers might be wondering why black cannot capture a pawn here. Looks like a free pawn.
Yeah.
But it's not really something that is advised in this position, because white moves the rook, centralizing it, hitting the black knight, and after the knight moves back, white pushes the pawn 2 squares, takes, knight takes, and here black is actually a bit stuck. It's hard to develop the pieces, and white. I mean, white has castle, while black king is still in the center.
You gain tempo, you gain development, you gain this rook sliding in the middle of the board. So, yeah, it makes sense that when you give up a pawn, always be careful with these things, because.
Yeah. So instead, Alireza pushes his pawn 1 square, focusing on development here. And finally, Vincent defends that pawn. And I mean, this move makes sense here because black is threatening to push this pawn 2 squares forward. And let's talk about what's in the current position. I mean, both sides have developed their pieces, connected the rooks. So we're definitely off to the middle game right now. And this has been a preparation by Vincent. I mean, you guys can see on the clock, he's played very fast, while Alireza has spent around half an hour. We're currently on move 12, so...
No pieces have been traded.
No pieces have been traded yet.
First trade, just that you call them out now. Simon, they're like, no, we got a trade for Simon. Simon.
You jinxed it, Simon.
Thank you.
White captures this knight. He's going to take back, and usually actually white pushes this pawn 2 squares up to... which does look a bit weird. Black has double pawns here. The structure looks inferior for black. But these pawns actually are not so bad, like you control a lot of squares. For instance, this pawn is stopping the white knight from entering to this square. So it's a solid construction for black. That's why this pawn push makes a lot of sense now. If black takes, white takes with the bishop and tries to get some activity, push the black pieces a bit back. So, but Vincent's still in preparation, which is a great start for him. I think Alireza needs to play very precise, otherwise he's gonna end up in a worse position, because white has the more active position, and Vincent has been studying this.
If you're black, you don't take, right? Because as you said, you give white the initiative on developing the pieces and attacking the queen.
I think I would not take with black. I'd probably just centralize my rook and put it on this square. Looks very natural. And white's gonna have to make a choice, like, do you take here, or do you push 1 square up? Maybe Vincent can get very, very ambitious later and go for a pawn storm. But
yeah, I guess Vincent must be satisfied. I mean, he's definitely playing for a win today.
Yeah.
And well, you could have worse positions to achieve that than this.
And he does bring the rook.
I'm curious if Vincent is still going to make his move pretty fast, because might still be in preparation. I mean, this was a very natural move.
Move 14, and could be preparation for another bunch of moves if he continues with that speed. Let's wait for that. I'm curious if he will pause and start thinking, or is it really still his preparation that him and his trainer, Grandmaster Peter Leko, expecting exactly this variation on the board today against Alireza, or it was one of the many that he studied for today. But looking promising from the preparation perspective, the time advantage, and what you highlighted, that Alireza will need to play precisely, because it's a pretty sharp position where Vincent has been doing really well and still possibly knowing this middle game. He's taking a pause now that we are highlighting how he's been playing fast. Maybe he's gonna have a bit longer of a thing, but promising start for Germany's #1 player, who's really trying to play for a win. He has played really well in classical chess here in Norway. The only part where he didn't score was the Armageddons. He lost all of his Armageddons. But if it wasn't for that, Vincent would actually have a lot more points. You lose every time half a point for the Armageddon.
Yeah, Armageddon has been really tough for Vincent. Classical is probably his favorite.
Yeah, he's become a very, very strong player over the past year, and it's in fact it was a miracle that he didn't qualify for the candidates tournament because he really belonged there. And I think it's admirable that he picked up, well, as if nothing had happened, and he won the tournament in Romania, which was quite an achievement. So he really joined the absolute world top, and he's there to stay. And of course, it's wonderful to have a player like Peter Leko backing you and giving you all his expertise and all his experience.
Very much so. And since Vincent is taking a pause here, might be that up to now, it was his preparation. Now he's gonna be taking longer on each decision. We do have time to also switch to the third game in Norway Chess, which is the clash between the two Indian stars. It's the world champion Gukesh D with the white pieces against 20-year-old Praggnanandhaa, who beat Magnus Carlsen in both of their classical games here in Norway. And the two of them, of course, know each other so well from the Olympic team of India. And Dirkjan, you also know these players very well. Can you tell us more about the rise of these two players, still only 20 years old, both of them?
Yeah, well, both of them were incredibly young when we first heard of them. And I remember seeing Pragg here in Norway for Norway Chess when he was playing in the Open tournament.
Yeah, he did play in the Open, and Gukesh too, I think, played in the Open before he got the invite.
And he was a very small boy coming here with his mother. At some point, I thought, why are all these people taking photos? And it was Pragg. Well, both of them have become absolute world class players, and obviously, Gukesh is the current world champion. I think if you're talking about the most popular Indian players, then in India, it's either one or the other. I mean, they have many more very strong players, but these are the most popular guys. And it's funny that they're playing in the same Olympiad team, but they are, in fact, living in different chess environments. So Pragg is the more social type who works together with other players. Gukesh is very much on his own, right? He has people that he works with, but they're mostly from outside of India. It's difficult to let's say perhaps Pragg is the more the player for the people. He talks a lot, he gives interviews. Gukesh is more, I mean, he's very polite, he's extremely kind, but he's not very outspoken, right? Pragg is more accessible. So in that sense, it's great to see. I mean, they're fighting for the right to be India's most popular player, I would say. And in the first half, Gukesh he won a nice game, so I don't think Pragg wants that to happen another time.
The good thing for us is that the match between these two always produces fireworks. I mean, these two are both so fighters, never backing off. Like their games are super entertaining and exciting to watch. So I always feel this matchup is often a fan favorite and something I personally always look forward to. And this one is not an exception. I mean, the current position is getting pretty wild as this pawn is currently attacked.
Yeah, I feel like he's about to lose it. There's 3 attackers.
So actually, usually White gives up that pawn. You have to sacrifice a pawn, but he's about to try to storm on in the center here, like push these pawns forward and basically push black behind. So I'm expecting Gukesh to go for this move, as the black knight doesn't really have any other good squares than to go all the way back to the starting square, which is obviously a sad choice. So What do you think, Simon? If Black puts the knight on the edge, because this would be a mistake.
Oh yeah, you can push the pawn and attack the
You
knight.
saw that very fast. Yeah, good job. The knight gets trapped on the edge of the board. You can give this check, but it doesn't change anything as White moves his knight back, and yeah, this knight is trapped. Also, this one doesn't help here as the White knight protects rook.
Yeah.
So in this case, Black needs to go all the way back. But a good thing for Black, though, is that he is about to win a pawn. So, I mean, White can go for ambitious, developing the bishop to this square, hitting the Black queen, and now, I mean, Black can, for instance, go here or push f6. But looking at the time situation, I think they're both on their own at this point, and it's a very lively position. I think what's going to happen is that Gukesh is going to sacrifice this central pawn, and he's going to try to get a lot of activity for it. But his position is very far from solid, and I think all three results are possible.
Yeah, this is the kind of position where, let's say, the concept is known, but every move is of such importance. I mean, one slip and you're in deep trouble. So they really have to weigh their decisions, which is great. And as Aryan, as you say, I mean, these two guys, they always go at each other. I mean, there's never a dull moment, which is great.
It's amazing how like Gukesh can just give up a pawn. It's a plan in the preparation, and still be fine with it. I would not be fine losing a pawn. I would be like, okay, I resign. Like what there's to do left, you know?
Yeah.
It's like. But these guys are so well prepared. It's like, no, take my pawn. I'm all right. I'm gonna get it back later. I'm gonna have compensation with my piece opening up. I'm gonna castle, bring my rook into the battle, and I'll be fine in the long run. Which is.
Yeah, this is part of the plan that you give this pawn, but you get something in return.
Yeah.
And but very often it's difficult to see it as something really tangible.
Yeah.
And. So it is really positional play at a very high level.
Yeah. Would you recommend this to a beginner?
No, I would say this is very, very complex. I would like pick more sort of like principled openings. This one is very sort of specific. You're trying to hit a bit with the preparation, sacrificing a pawn. But I would say it really suits the style of Gukesh. He's very, very good at calculating, and he's a natural attacker. And I was expecting Gukesh to go for blood today because he's struggling in the tournament. He lost the day before the free day, and I really think he wants to.
But it can fire back, right?
Of course. I mean, you're taking a big risk with this opening too, so all three results are possible, and Pragg is in excellent shape. I mean, he beat Magnus, maybe the first player in the history to beat Magnus 2-0 in classical chess.
I guess so, yeah. But it's amazing how ambitious Gukesh still is, because at some point you think, I mean, how much suffering can you take when you're... Yeah. I mean, in the old days it was... You lose a couple of games, okay, first defend yourself, make a couple of draws. That's not what he's planning. So
it's almost like draw is not in his vocabulary. He barely ever offers a draw.
Yeah, and apparently they don't really rip him apart. Those, well, if another game goes wrong, that's okay, it's part of the process. I don't know how it works. Because he has to, in the end, he has to be ready for a world championship match at the end of this year. So in that sense, he's a bit of a mystery, but a very pleasant mystery. He's popular. When he celebrated his birthday, I mean, I thought that was one of the most touching moments in the tournament when these two boats, they passed and everyone started singing happy birthday for Gukesh. And it was all well meant. You could see this was very sincere. I thought it was great. And he appreciated it a lot. He's such a kind person.
Yeah.
He only turned 20 a few days ago, as you mentioned, during the rest day of Norway Chess, and it was just heartwarming to see.
A lot of birthdays during Norway Chess.
A lot of birthdays. Yeah. And speaking of memories, we have so many photographs from your career, Dirkian. I would love for you to talk us through some of your favorite memories throughout your career as a chess journalist. You've been documenting the best, the top tournaments, talking to the best chess players for decades now.
Yeah.
Could you highlight some of your favorite memories, favorite moments throughout your experience? And we have some of the photographs here
I didn't know.
from your
these,
career.
That is touching. I can tell you on the top left that is the Fischer-Spassky board in Reykjavik. They moved it now to the National Museum, but I think it was at the office of the Icelandic Chess Federation at the time. On the right, at the bottom, that is in Linares. There was a press conference that Kasparov gave, and you can see there's also Leoncio Garcia, who was also here, a very good colleague. On the top, that is, Kasparov Karpov tournament in the Netherlands. That is Weigensee in the middle on the top. That is very dear. That is in the middle at the bottom. That is in Greenland. And I'm playing against Robin Jökulsson from Iceland. And we have to, it's just to keep our heads protected against the mosquitoes.
Wow, I was wondering, was that helmet?
Well, when we arrived there, then somebody said, well, you might need a protection against the mosquitoes. And I thought, how bad can it be? I stepped on land and I rushed to the shop to get one because, I mean, there's just thousands of them in your face. It's
In Greenland?
It's really, well, in summer, it's really bad. And the other photo, what was, that's that's with Gorbachev in Moscow. The man in the middle is Gorbachev, and it's the legendary FIDE president Kirsan Yumshinov from Kalmykia, that country that we all know so well. Not really. So yeah, it's nice to see these photos, Anna. They bring back many nice memories. That's for sure.
How has it been for you to? That it truly shows. I feel like your passion and your dedication toward chess. That you've been so truly one of the most renowned chess journalists for decades now, and. I would love to know how it started. Have you always loved chess this much? And when did you discover that reporting about tournaments, interviewing players is something that you're truly, genuinely interested in?
Yeah, I think I was lucky that when I started interviewing chess players, then these were the first. I mean, people didn't do long interviews with chess players. And I asked them for long interviews and they loved it. So at some point, everyone wanted to do these interviews because they rarely got that much attention. And then I was still lucky that some of the old giants were still around and they loved that too. So, and then, okay, you have done those, then others want because they want to be in that collection. And I think it was my luck that it developed that way. And of course, once you start doing that, you get more and more curious about these people. And many have fascinating stories. It's, let's say, some 2 years ago, I thought I should do interviews with all the leading Indian young players like Gukesh and, Praggnanandhaa R. And then you talk to them, at length, and they're great guys too. I mean, there's always good stories when you dig a bit deeper. So, and then, I mean, how could I not find that interesting? So it's as simple as that. So you start in a certain direction, you're lucky, you get used to it. Some lucky moments. I mean, the good thing was that my journalistic work coincided with the careers of Kasparov, Judith Polgar, and Jan Timman in the Netherlands, great player. And that helps because you need a platform. If there's nothing to write about, then that doesn't make any sense.
And we do have a picture of you with the Queen of Chess herself, Judith Polgar.
Yeah, this was in Monaco in 2019. There was the Golden Pawn Festival Awards, and we were both there. And I said, Judith, this is a good moment for a selfie, and I don't know how to do that, but I hope you do. And of course, she's very experienced in that.
When was your favorite moment? Was it in in the 80s, the 90s with Kasparov, or what was it?
Yeah, well,
with Kramnik or
80s was late 80s was when it started for me, and but actually there's been so many, because at some point when Kasparov disappeared, Magnus appeared, and I followed Magnus from 2004 when he made his first.
You even have some of your pictures here.
Oh yeah, that's
playing table soccer with Magnus.
Yeah. No, this was amazing because he was okay, but there were other chess players who were better. But he revolutionized the game. I mean, we would play in Monaco. We would play table football every year, and then Magnus came, and at some point he said, "This is kind of boring." So he took another ball and he threw in another ball. So we were playing with two balls, and whenever one goal was scored, he threw in a next one. And ever since, we played with two balls, which was much more fun.
And
yeah.
And did you know at this time that he was a genius and he would be #1? Was it in your mind? You see that kid and you'd be like, Magnus.
Yeah, well, here he was arrived already. But,
Yeah?
I think he's 17 or 18 here.
Okay, but when you met him in, you said in
2004.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was because Simon Achterstein, he had called me and he said, we have this young kid and he's very special. And I said, does he have a title or anything? And he said, no, it's totally irrelevant. I mean, he's just fantastic. I said, well, Simon, let's wait a bit. But then I went to the European Club Cup in Crete, and I saw him, and there was this young kid. I mean, he came with his whole family, and at the back of the line was Magnus, very sleepy in the morning. And he was beating grandmasters. And then I called the tournament director in Vacancy, and I said, you have to invite this kid for the C group. And he came, and he scored his first grandmaster norm, and 4 months later he was grandmaster. And then I had to write something for a newspaper, and I called Simon. I said, you have to help me. Can you tell me something more about the kid? And Simon said, oh, interesting. You're discovering him? And yes, we were discovering him. That's,
and since you're talking about Magnus, he also wanted to be part of this discussion and went back to the confessional booth to talk to all of us. So over to you, Magnus.
So right after I was in here last time and talking about how the position was like positional, normal, and so on, I made a pretty committal decision. And it was based on like, come on, how bad can it be? And my update so far is that I don't really see it. Like, it seems like I have a reasonable game. And it seems to me that long-term, my prospects are pretty okay. I would love to probably reroute my bishop, like bishop d8 to a5 or even c7, bring my rooks into the center. And the thing about the double pawns is that, well, I've given up a bishop for a knight, but I've also plugged the hole on d5, and without that square, his knight on c3 has very few prospects, and once it leaves the square on c3, then he has to reckon with d5 all the time. So I think the long-term, or at least middle term prospects are pretty reasonable for me. And I'm guessing he's looking at kind of more direct attempts to go f4, for instance, now, but it doesn't seem that bad. So I feel like I'm doing all right.
Magnus Carlsen feels like he's doing all right, and he was also talking about a committal decision he made earlier in this Sicilian defense that he's playing today. Aryan, could you highlight some of those lines that Magnus was talking about and the committal decision itself?
Yeah, definitely, Anna. And he said in the end that he thought maybe Wesley is perhaps looking at some direct measures. And as he said that, actually, Wesley played this pawn push, pushing his pawn two squares up. It might look a bit strange to the viewers. I mean, black has these double pawns in the center, and Wesley is giving Magnus the opportunity to get rid of them by just capturing that But the thing is that these double pawns were actually not so bad, as they do control a lot of squares in the position, and double pawns are not so bad if you have one pawn next to it for support. Potentially Magnus could try to push this pawn at some point, so it's not that easy for black to for white to exploit them. And this move, I think, just after capturing makes the position a bit easier for Wesley to play, especially if he wants to play a solid game. So one important point was that black actually had to capture this pawn, because if they, for instance, would centralize the rook, White had a very, very serious threat in the position by of pushing the pawn one square up, and black would actually just be lost here as losing this very, very important central pawn, and the whole position collapses because of this this pin.
Yeah, you cannot take.
Exactly, you cannot take, and you lose a very, very valuable pawn. So Magnus instead captures, and after Wesley takes back, I'm expecting him to centralize his rook right now, just defending this pawn, and maybe at some point he can push forward. I think black should be doing all right here, even though white has the bishop pair, because black has this nice square for a knight in the center of the board. And Magnus was seems in a pretty good mood. I think he's got some rest on the free day, and yeah, it doesn't seem too upset about the result, which is good. But it's kind of a hard position to play for a win for Magnus, unfortunately, I'd say, because white is very, very solid with the bishop pair here. But we'll see. I mean, anything can happen in Magnus's games. It's really been the case so far. Even though it can look a bit innocent, he always manages to create interesting fights.
Yeah, he clearly has the feeling that he's playing again. I mean, that it's not just an opening where he's stuck. He's thinking about maybe rerouting the bishop, and I mean, he's looking at plans.
Yeah.
And I think this is the best thing that can happen to him in this position, is to get some play.
Yeah. So
because it feels like Wesley is a bit wavering between what to do exactly. Do you have that feeling, or?
Yeah, I mean, he's been spending some time on the last few moves. Magnus a bit up on the clock. I mean, he wants Wesley to take decisions and kind of get him out of the comfort zone a bit.
Yeah.
And what do you think about that isolated pawn?
Yeah, I mean, they can be a bit weak, of course. Black has to be careful. For instance, if the white queen would ever land on this square, black potentially has a weak pawn in the center of the board. But it doesn't seem to me like white is in time to do that. I think black will eventually like push this pawn forward, and once he does that, this bishop is also
saying hello.
Saying hello, coming to the c5 square. So.
Someone else who's also saying hello, by the way, is Praggnanandhaa, who visited the confessional. So over to you, Pragg, and let's discuss your game against the world champion, Gukesh.
Okay, another day and another opening which my second told me will come, and I didn't check it properly. I did open this file yesterday, and then I quickly went through, but I don't remember anything right now. I feel like this is the game between Norway and Wei from one of the Vikanzis, but I can't fully recollect, and there are like a lot of different interesting options, and I hope he's out of book. He's thinking so. If he's out of book, then that's a good thing. Position is complicated, so we'll see.
Aryan, is Pragg correct, trying to remember what game featured this variation? He said again that his second told him to check this variation. He opened it and then he kind of forgot. So that's unlucky in Pragg's case, but it seems that also Gukesh is no longer in his preparation.
Yeah, I think there's been some high-level games in this one. I recollect there was a game between Abdusatarov and Wesley So in the WR Chess Masters 2023. It's very, very similar to this. I think Wesley kind of like captured this pawn, and then White got some compensation. Eventually, it fizzled out into a draw. But my memory might also be wrong, of course. But we have this position on the board now as Gukesh has pushed his pawn 1 square up, and the knight only had 1 square. Goes all the way back to the last rank. So, I mean, this pawn is still under pressure. So I think White has to just forget about that one and go forward. And I'm expecting developing the bishop. Maybe after Black pushes the pawn. So you don't really want to take it, because after Black captures, suddenly gets the knight developed and ready to castle as well. So I think in this case, White would really try to keep the tension here, move the bishop 1 square back, and try to use this pin in his favor. Let's say White takes. I think White just castles, trying to take advantage of the fact that the Black king is currently in the center of the board, and maybe White can try to push forward. So I'm expecting something similar like this. After this move, Black can also move the queen, by the way, and yeah, I think eventually White is going to castle, give up this, and try to go forward. But I'm excited about this one. I think both are on their own, spending some time, and it's a very exciting position.
But if the black bishop takes the pawn, why would you not take the bishop right away?
You mean in this position?
Yeah, for example. Why would you not take?
So yeah, you can take, but it's very often the case in chess that, like, when you can trade pieces, you want to trade on your circumstances. So let's say if you, for instance, take here, then the black knight takes back and gets active. But let's say instead, if you castle first, black takes the bishop and you take back. This seems like a better version of taking first. Like, now the knight of black is still on the edge of the board, and perhaps taking back with the queen here improves the queen placement. And it's often actually also a bit psychological that you don't want to trade on your opponent's terms. I said circumstance, but terms is the right word there. So yeah, that's if you don't have to take and your opponent takes instead, it can sometimes be better for you.
Yeah. So you only take if it improves your position. If it doesn't, you let him. You say come.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I would generally say so. Yeah.
Can we show Aryan for a moment why that knight had to go all the way back, by the way? Because it looks so strange, I think, to anyone, including to me. Why, like, you develop the knight and then you have to put it back where it came from. Why?
Yeah, I think, as I explained earlier, the knight could not go to this square as it gets trapped. This was the move that Simon found, by the way. Yeah.
It's a very strong move, and it looked like this was the more active option. So we are highlighting again, like, this was the reason why the knight has to go all the way back. It just looks optically wrong that you spend 2 moves on a knight jump that's back and forth. You're back to where it came from, so you have to spend a 3rd move developing that knight again.
Yeah, it's a very sad square to have to go all the way back. But in this case, there was no.
And that this is still normal in this variation, because black will win a pawn, but black is behind on development.
Exactly, Anna. Yeah, I've seen this knight's. I've seen this maneuver before, that, like, white sacrifices the pawn, but, like, gets his pawns active.
Sometimes you just gotta go back and not go push too much. You gotta accept that things might not go your way, and yeah, go underdeveloped to maybe find a way through in the end.
That's certainly the story of this knight.
That's a life advice.
It is life. It is life. It is chess. Chess is life.
Yes.
Life is chess.
Life is chess.
Well, this is a classic from French chess literature. It's the famous "Retirer pour mieux sauter."
Et voilà.
Et voilà.
Et voilà.
So
I don't speak French. I feel left out.
I also feel left out.
Yeah, withdraw to jump better than. And I think it was couple of 100 years ago that they already came up with that one.
Yeah.
Withdraw to jump better.
Yeah.
Withdraw to jump better. That's what the knight is doing.
That's what it's doing,
That's
yeah.
exactly what the knight is doing here. And while we are discussing this game, we also have had a chance to talk to some of the visitors here at the library who will help us out predicting who might win the tournament, what will be the results. So over to our amazing guest here at the library. I would love to hear your thoughts.
Who do you think gonna win Norway Chess 2026?
Wesley so.
For women's, I think Bibisara is going to win. And then for men's, I think it's either going to be Alireza or Pragg. Hopefully Pragg.
You never know. That's the thing. I don't know. It's a really vibrant tournament. I think there's a lot going on. I just saw Magnus losing 2 games then. But I think Pragg is going to win it, but you never know. These things can come out of nowhere. So, yeah. Yeah, let's see what it brings.
Wesley so, maybe for the men.
Can we see also your beautiful nails?
Oh, my chess nails. I got it done just for this trip. I'm from America, so I traveled here. Yeah.
For Norway Chess?
Yeah, for Norway Chess, yeah. It's a lot of like my favorite players playing, and of course Oslo is a beautiful city, so I decided why not make the trip over with a family friend and then also be here to watch.
That's amazing. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Shout out to all the fans that made it all the way to Oslo, traveling to the capital of Norway to follow Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women live here at the public library of Bjørvika. And this beautiful view just goes to show there's 6 ongoing games. We will also, of course, go over to Norway Chess Women right after the break. We highlighted the main clash there being tournament leader Bibisara against defending champion Anna Muzychuk, but I would be really interested in the other 2 games as well at Norway Chess Women. So we'll take a short break, and when we are back, we are coming all the way to the ladies' Norway Chess Women. Is Bibisara close to getting her win today, and could she win the tournament today, and how are the other 2 games unfolding? See you soon in just a moment. Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 9, the penultimate day, and we do have the first result of the round. It's actually a draw in classical between tournament leader Bibisara and defending champion Anna Muzychuk. These were the final moments in the game. The bishop attacking the white rook. The rook moves away, targeting the black bishop, and the two ladies repeated moves with this pair of moves where the bishop keeps running away from the rook, but then the rook will chase the bishop. And if you repeat the same position 3 times, you can claim a draw. That's exactly what Bibisara is doing here, calling the arbiter to make sure that the position has been repeated 3 times, which means that with this classical draw, there will be an Armageddon, so that's one of the good news here. There will be more chess. We're happy for the draws in Norway because it leads to more chess, it leads to Armageddon, and it also leads to us congratulating Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva for winning Norway Chess Women. She only needed a draw in today's game. The Armageddon can still go her way or not, but regardless of the result in Armageddon, she already is the tournament champion here in Norway Chess. Simon, your first thoughts on Bibisara winning the tournament with 1 round to go?
That's unbelievable. Like she's a superstar already, and she just started. Like her future is going to be so bright.
So bright. Dirkjan, what do you think of this moment? It could be the biggest victory of her career. Bibisara, she won 3 World Blitz Championships before, but in terms of classical tournaments, this could be her biggest trophy yet.
Yeah, it was first those Blitz world titles that drew our attention. Of course, there were many more other results, and it was interesting to watch her at the Olympiad in Budapest and all the tournaments afterwards. And in fact, in the candidates tournaments in Cyprus, where her boyfriend Sindarov had his great result, she was very close to winning the women's, which was quite sensational. I mean, I don't think people in general had this feeling that she was that far yet, but apparently she is, and she proves it here, and quite convincingly. So congrats to her.
Yeah. She also moves up in the world rankings, number 4 in the world now, Bibisara,
Wow.
at just 22. So it's really impressive.
Number 4 already.
With this tournament victory, moves up from 7th place in the world to 4th place.
Incredible performance by Bibisara at the tournament. All the rating points she gained, the 700,000 Norwegian crowns that she's winning also for taking the title here. And she will be playing, of course, her Armageddon in just about 10 minutes time against Anna. And she will still have a game to play tomorrow, but that's just bonus from here on. The tournament is already hers. And what a tournament it has been for Bibisara Assaubayeva. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and all the other ongoing games. There's still 5 more games in this round. The top row with the 3 games is Norway Chess, and the bottom row is Norway Chess Women, where we are getting ready for the Armageddon in the middle board. And to the left and to the right, there's still 2 games that will not impact the first place. We know whom it belongs to. Bibisara already won the title, but the rest of the prizes matter so much as well. It's nearly $200,000 in total, the prize fund in Norway Chess Women too. And today's clashes will impact a lot who will be standing on the podium. Aryan, when you look at the bird's eye view here, the left corner, right corner, which catches your attention more? Where shall we go first?
I would say that we should definitely go to the game between Divya, Deshmukh, and Jiner, because Divya has currently sacrificed an exchange.
Wow.
Big decision by Divya.
Let's take a look at that. And we talked about this exchange sacrifice in other games as well. It's when a player gives up a rook for a knight or a bishop. We know that a rook is more valuable, usually, than a knight or a bishop. So it will be interesting to see what compensation she gets here for sacrificing material. Aryan.
Yeah, so she has 1 pawn and currently an exchange down. But I quite like the decision, actually. Like, white has the bishop pair, and this bishop is very active, pointing towards black's king. Currently, there is a pawn hanging on the side of the board. And I would say if white gets to capture this one, then the material would be balanced, as two pawns and a piece is equal material as a rook. So that's also 5 points. And I think white has a lot of potential here against the black king. Maybe can at some point throw in this move, create some weaknesses, or a knight might jump. So a critical situation right now for Jiner. I mean, Divya has spent a lot of time to get to this position, but I quite like her chances currently. And for instance, if Jiner now plays a passive move like pushing the pawn a square up to defend it, I think this looks amazing for white. Like you can, for instance, play a move like this. You can shift the bishop over to this square, and the black king is just really weak. And
what a funky rook that is. We usually see rooks attacking from a distance on open files or on ranks, but now this white rook, it just seemingly just like somehow managed to get its way into a not really usual square for a rook, isn't it?
And the problem, Anna, is that if black tries to drive this rook back, like you create a lot of weaknesses. Now the queen moves one square up, and black would actually just be completely lost here. So it just goes to show how much potential white has with these two bishops against the black king.
Can you show the checkmate at the end, because it's so instructive how the queen and the bishop together are extremely powerful. There's actually 2 checkmates that white is threatening. There's a wide range of checkmates we can choose from here.
Yeah. So there's this one, and the bishop protects the queen. The king has no squares to go to, and also you have this one, which is also checkmate.
Okay, but let's see if black is wise and cover with, for example, the bishop.
In this position?
Yeah, for example, you push the pawn and then you bring the queen. What if... Oh, okay, you're going to lose in exchange if you...
But that's a great question. I think that's very instructive to show why it's not enough to cover the diagonal with the bishop, because we have this insane rook on a square that's not supposed to be, and you can use it to get rid of the defensive pieces of black by sacrificing a rook again for the 2 pieces here, the bishop and the knight, and then the queen and the bishop will be still delivering checkmate. Could you play out those moves, Aryan, on the board? It's just such a pretty position.
Yeah, exactly. So the rook takes the bishop here, the knight captures back, and in the end, white has given up both the rooks, but has a lot of pieces here for it, and a checkmate is unavoidable. Like you can go here with the king to try to escape, but then the knight joins as well, and this is a huge threat. So sacrificing an exchange is often a very difficult decision to do. Like you always ask yourself, like, do I have enough compensation or not? But I would say very often if you have a strong bishop like this pointing towards your opponent's king, and you get a pawn for it, it can be very dangerous. And right now, I really think black should centralize his bishop, and she doesn't have enough time to protect this pawn on the side of the board. Just very important to get rid of the bishop pair here. So I'm expecting this to happen, and after bishop takes pawn, perhaps the rook moves to this square, and now the black king is safer, as they're going to be able to trade off the bishops. But I still think it's easier to play for white with a 2 pawn. Maybe white can eventually try to push a passed pawn there on the left side as well. But I think it's a very critical moment, because black has to play this move, otherwise white is doing fantastic.
Only move.
Yeah, I mean, if you make a move like this, trying to also challenge the white rook and block this diagonal, I feel like the rook could just swing over to this side, lined up against black's king. And it looks like long-term attack. Like you don't have to do something immediately, but it's just long-term very unpleasant for black to play. The bishop is going to come to this square, and black cannot really free herself.
Yeah, it looks very attractive for Divya, doesn't it?
I like how sharp and complex this position is, and with all the attacking ideas for Divya, it's something that she certainly is like being very ambitious here, going for it, and wanting the classical win. I'm really curious if that could be the storyline in the third game as well in Norway Chess Women, because the other places are still up for grabs. Bibisara has won the tournament today, but all the other places matter, and there's a lot of money at stake. So when it comes to the standings right now, we could take a look at the standings when we have a chance to bring it up, as the first place is taken, but the rest of the places, there's just very little margin between the players. So if you win in classical, you get 3 points and you can jump ahead of anyone. So Divya, with a classical win today, would jump ahead of Anna Muzychuk most likely, or they would be tying for second place. And this could be the story even for Humpy. If she wins in classical, that's a huge boost to the standing. So in Norway Chess Women, I feel like, yes, the first place is taken, but all the other places are still up for grabs, and there's a lot of money on the line, Simon.
Yes, obviously. So if you just jump one more spot on the leaderboard, it can change a lot for them, for their ranking, for the money prize. I mean, it's not because Bibisara is the leader that you should give up. It's there's still a lot on the line.
Exactly. And Aryan, I would love to have your thoughts on the third game here in Norway Chess Women and how it's developing. It's the Queen of Chess from India, Humpy Koneru, facing the reigning Women's World Champion, Wenjun.
Yeah, this was actually a very fascinating opening, Anna, because White at some point sacrificed a full piece.
A full piece. Can you show us how that sacrifice happened and what's going on now?
Yeah, she sacrificed a full piece, and it looked pretty dangerous for the world champion Wenjun earlier. So this was the moment I was talking about. Like the white queen is threatened, and it looks natural to perhaps move it away, and black takes this pawn. But instead here, Humpy had prepared a very tricky move, capturing the black pawn in front of the king. And if you take back with the queen, then white takes the rook with check, winning material here with a winning position. So Wenjun had to take with the king, and then moving the queen here with check. And the point right now is that it looks like black can just block this check, developing the bishop, hitting the white queen. But here white would swing over to this square, and the knight is not going anywhere as the knight is pinned. White regains the piece with a pawn up and a better position. So instead, Wenjun places her knight in the center. Humpy attacks it, and now the knight is about to get lost. It's pinned. This was a very nice move by black, and Wenjun was surprised here, by the way. She had to find this move, which is the only move to not be in some trouble.
Wow.
The point now is that you're trying to distract the white queen from this diagonal. So if white, for instance, takes here, then the black knight gets free, as you can move it away, and black is a piece up. So the queen hides on this square. It's very important to not go here, because black gets another tempo on the white queen and is able to free the knight later. So the queen hides here, black captured this pawn. Eventually it was a preparation that fizzled out into this endgame after Wenjun played very precise, by the way. Got an equal endgame where pawns are equal, and white just castle on this move. I like white's chances more. I think white is a bit more active with this knight and the king safe, but at the same time it's opposite colored bishops, and black is doing pretty all right. Maybe moving the knight here, trying to shift it to this square. So
that was a nice bishop sacrifice.
It's a pretty nice bishop sacrifice. Humpy's been pretty confident in this game, playing faster than her opponent. And Wenjun has reacted well, but I still like Humpy's position. I think she's pretty active position.
Do you think that was the only move, or like it's as good as another move, for example, or it was really something that was needed for Humpy to have a little more advantage, for example?
Yeah, I think the bishop sacrifice was not the only move. Like she could also push her queen back and play more solid, but this was something that was prepared to perhaps scare Wenjun and try to gain the advantage. But kudos to Wenjun for finding all the right moves in not an easy position. I think I would be very scared if my opponent would throw her bishop against my king.
And also, it's working because Wenjun is getting low on time. She's thinking much more because White is more active, White seems to be more in the game, and like Wenjun is like, okay, I should not like mess this thing up.
Yeah, still very complicated, but we will now switch to the first Armageddon of the day because everything is going to start heating up, everything is going to start happening all at once, and the tournament leader, tournament winner, Bibisara Assaubayeva, will now face defending champion Anna Muzychuk in a faster time control, where White starts with 10 minutes, Black has only 7, so 3 minutes less time. But in case of a draw, it will count as a win for Black. So that game is about to start. Let's head over to the board of Bibisara against Anna and see them getting ready for this Armageddon. Actually, they already have played their first moves. The moves will come very quickly. This is a much faster time control. This is the tiebreaker in every match. But for Bibisara, this is now just an extra, a bonus that she can try to win in Armageddon as well.
Yeah, it must be such a pleasant position to be in. Like you already won the tournament, and now you can enjoy yourself playing an Armageddon where it doesn't really matter how it goes. It's a bonus bonus
no more
show
pressure.
for Bibisara. I mean, I'm sure she still wants to give her best and try to win this one, but at least the pressure is taken off, and we're getting the moves here. White goes for a Reti opening, which is when White develops the knight and tries to fianchetto the bishop. So when I'm using these terms, fianchettoing the bishop, it means when you put the bishop like this on an open diagonal usually, and pushing the pawn one square there, and when the bishop gets to this square, it's usually we call it fianchetto. And this queen move was a bit odd, but trying to put some pressure here on this diagonal. Knight developed, some capture, and we currently have this position where Bibisara has 4 minutes more on the clock. Anna has spent quite some time here, and I like White's position. I think the central pawns are perhaps more important here. Maybe White can make a move like this and eventually try to go forward. So, yeah, 4 minutes more on the clock, and a pleasant situation for Bibisara.
Very pleasant situation. And let's recruit someone much stronger than us. If we come to our studio for a second.
It's actually mine. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Welcome to the studio to world champion challenger Javo Kirsinder, world number 4. He's here to help his partner. Can I say your girlfriend is crushing it in Norway Chess Women? She has just won the tournament, and she's playing her Armageddon now against Anna. Can you help us commentate on the game, and then we will also talk to you, of course, about your incredible year in chess.
Yeah, okay, I'm not a good commentator, but I will try to beat you guys. It's my first experience, actually.
Amazing. There's a first for everything, and we just want to admire how incredibly well Bibisara has been playing in this event. She wins the tournament with 1 round to go. A lot of her openings seemed like really good preparation. We were thinking, is Javokir behind these opening moves? But when it comes to the current position and rooting for your girlfriend, how has it been? And are you nervous, or now is just a bonus that she won the tournament already?
I mean, okay, before round, I talked with her, and our goal was just play solid and don't give any chances for Black to try to get a fight. And yeah, I think like she played well. And after after opening, when I check position, I saw the position from she's analyst, and okay, so I was hoping like she will not lose this game because she worked on this line maybe at least one day, because yesterday was the rest day. So Yeah, I think in this tournament she played really very well. Like in the important thing, like when time control going to blitz, I think like she won a lot of games. Like first round, also second round, which is very close, and against important one against Divya. Yes, so she really played well.
Very sharp, incredibly well fought, time troubles as well, managing her time. Three-time world Blitz champion. It shows that she's really good at fast chess. And now, again, we already highlighted, she already won the tournament. She's playing her Armageddon because that's the rules here in Norway, and she's gonna have another game tomorrow. But she already has climbed up so much in the ratings as well, at the top of the women's chess ranking, what Aryan was highlighting earlier.
Yeah, she had an amazing tournament. I saw she went from number 7 in the world to number 4 in the world. So soon number 1, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully.
And you are also world number 4, so you are both at the same position right now in the world. Isn't it incredible to be a power couple? Both of you are just absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, of course. In general, I believe Sarah is very strong chess player. We are working together a lot with our coach Roman.
You have the same coach.
Yeah, and in my opinion, if some of grandmasters, if they will see how Sarah finding some puzzles, they will understand she's level. She's really very strong, and and I'm very happy. I don't know last time when she won some classical tournament, and I'm very happy she won this very important tournament for her career, and hopefully, she will try to play good, and of course she's goal to be world number 1 in women chess. Yeah.
And each day she is getting closer and closer to that goal. She was also very close in the candidates. It could have been the story that both you and her win it.
She's very close in candidates. Back then, I remember, last days, she won 2 in a row. And when you start win in candidates, you start you start believe yourself. And she was really very close to win. But we need to respect to Vaishali. She played really very strong in this tournament. And she also deserved it. But after this tournament, Sarah was a little bit sad. But I try to motivate him, and because I know her true strength, and she if she work on his chess, she for sure will be 2-6 player, I believe. I'm happy she won this tournament really, because it's a very important tournament for her chess.
Have you been here, if that's okay for me to ask, mostly to support your girlfriend, Bibisara? Or is it also, in a way, preparation for you for the upcoming World Championship match? Because your opponent is playing in the other field, Gukesh.
Yeah, but in general, I'm doing nothing for preparing for this match. I'm just taking rest here. I'm not preparing I'm even didn't check with chess, even didn't spend 1 hour a day. I'm just
holidays in Norway and helping
holidays
your
because
girlfriend.
I played 2 tournaments in a row. I a little bit tired. I lost a lot of energy, and I didn't have enough time to take a rest after candidates. Grand Chess Tour is very important tournament. Also, I prepared a lot, but still, right now I'm more chilling, and I'm very happy with everything. How life is going.
Simon, I see that you want to jump in. You're so ready to and so keen on talking to perhaps the future world champion, because Javokir, for those of you who don't know, he won the candidates tournament, which in chess is the tournament that determines who will be the challenger of the world champion. And what you did at the candidates tournament, I don't think any of us could believe what was going on. It was no one has won the candidates tournament in the history of chess as convincingly as you did.
There is a lot of factors. One of them is I was so lucky in this tournament. We need to take this point too, because first game was very close to lose this game. If you remember, against Asipenko, but somehow I managed to don't lose this game, and after that, it's chess is going well. Yeah, I feel every move. I find best moves in every position, and also I was liking my opponents always playing some lines which I prepared really very well. I mean, if you take a game against Fabi, against Hikaru with Black, I mean, I was really prepared very well, and yeah, I also, I mean, I was also very proud from my chess. Like, I mean, this game against Wei is super. I mean, in my opinion, is one of the strongest game in my life. Also, so I don't know. I was also lucky and also maybe prepared very well. You know, I mean, I spent my last year with chess. I mean, a lot of. I worked maybe more than 100 days in my coach camps. It was like. You know, for one day we are working at least minimum 6 hours. So yeah, I really start working and somehow I start win some tournaments also. Yeah, so yeah, I'm very happy for my results, and I mean I'm very happy for Sarah also, and yeah, and I will start to prep for World Championship match soon later.
The work definitely shows both in your career and in Bibisara's career. It is a win for Anna Muzychuk in this Armageddon, but it doesn't impact the standings anymore because Bibisara Assaubayeva has won Norway Chess Women with 1 round to spare. She can just play freely tomorrow, have fun, and no pressure anymore on her because she takes home 700,000 Norwegian crowns, which is a lot of money. It's the same prize fund both in Norway Chess Women as in Norway Chess. Simon, I know you wanted to talk to Zavokir earlier, so I'm going to throw the ball back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive following you in these tournaments, like the World Cup, massive win, and then the candidates, massive win also. What is the next thing for you? Are you going to go to Total Chess, or is it something that you want to do? Do you want to get the title there as well?
You know, I really want to fight for this title, but this year it's clashes. I mean, not clashes, but it was very close to World Championship match, and probably I'm thinking about to skip this tournament. But in general, this format is. I'm super excited from this format, and of course, I hope from next year I will be part of this tournament, and and also I want to try to win this tournament. Yeah, I mean, I believe I know. Like, I mean, maybe people don't think I'm very strong in rapid and blitz, but I believe I'm very strong. But sometimes, like in Warsaw, I can play very bad because I mean before Warsaw I didn't work with chess. Like, I mean, okay, after candidates finished, like let's say I finished my last round in 15 or 14 April, and after that I even didn't see chess maybe 2-3 hours. Like maybe only before Warsaw I mean I tried to solve some few puzzles, and that's all what I do to prep these tournaments. And yeah, I played very bad. I mean, not bad, but for me it's bad. Yeah, I mean I shared like some places, but I finished -2, but it's not so bad. But for me it's bad, of course. But anyway, in my opinion, I'm a very good rapid and blitz player, and of course I want to try to fight for this title. For sure.
And what would you say is your favorite one? If you have to choose just one, classical, blitz, or rapid for the rest of your life, what would you choose?
You know, in my opinion, I am like strongest in rapid time control, because sometimes in blitz it's not enough time to realize some advantage, but in rapid I feel much comfortable because, like, if you remember, I won in World Cup also a lot of important games in rapid and blitz. I mean most of them in rapid because I trying to finish these matches in rapid. Otherwise in blitz it's like tricky. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, congratulations for everything. Yeah. That's truly impressive.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you talk about tournament, you know, I mean, I'm really excited from this format. Like, I mean, like first 3 hours, I even didn't watch the games, how it's going. Like, I'm only checking openings, and then I'm playing like some Counter-Strike and talking with my team. But when they go to time travel, I'm always watching YouTube. You know, it's always funny to watch the reactions. Like, I mean, yeah, and probably for fans also very interesting, where I mean super strong players doing a lot of mistakes because, like in normal classical tournaments, like for fans, like if someone do a huge blunder, it's really like, wow, this guy is missed like one move tactics. So, but here it's not like some surprise, because everyone can miss like some one move tactics, and I mean for fans, like everyone was enjoying with this. So I like this format. It's very cool.
I saw you tweeted that your Counter-Strike account was suspended. Did you get it back? Or?
No, I mean I have some problems, but in general, I mean we are trying to find a way.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Yeah, hopefully.
Fingers crossed, and thank you for joining us, Divya. I'm afraid. Oh, are you leaving, Simon? Okay, even better. I was gonna say I'm sad if we need to say goodbye to Javoki, but it's for a reason, because your girlfriend Bibisara has done incredibly well here in Oslo and wins Norway Chess Women with 1 round to spare. Simon, are you okay to let Javoki and Bibisara?
Wait, Anna. Maybe it's better to focus on Sarah. Yeah, so I will leave and you guys will talk with Sarah. Okay. Thanks for everyone. I mean, thanks for inviting here. I'm enjoying and hopefully, I mean, I will be player. Like I will come back to like player next year. So
we hope so too, both in Norway Chess and in Total Chess, so that you can compete against Magnus in both formats.
Yeah. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you, Javoki. Thank you so much. We are about to be joined by the tournament winner of Norway Chess Women with 1 round to spare. Kazakh Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva wins it all. We have just talked to your boyfriend Bibisara, and he has so much compliments and praise about your strength, about your chess, about how hard you work. What are your first thoughts and feelings after having won the tournament with 1 round to spare? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very happy. I think this tournament going very well for me. I have few dangerous positions in the whole tournament, but in general, I think I show my good chess.
You showed very good chess. We've been so impressed here, and your skills, even in time pressure. Javoki himself was pointing out how you are so sharp that sometimes you would solve puzzles that even he cannot solve. That you are very good at tactics, and it goes to show that the sharpness, even under time pressure, you were able to control your nerves and find some incredibly difficult moves as well. How would you highlight some of your best games in this tournament? What were some of the most important ones in your opinion?
Yeah, I think the most important win was one in the first round. And then I think in our tournament we have a lot of draws for the next few rounds, and I missed my chances against Jiner again with black pieces, and with Wenjun I have very promising position. But yeah, I'm happy that I won Jiner with white pieces, and then was important win against Divya. And after this, probably the tournament is going well for me. I just need a draw with white, so it's not really hard to do.
Were you any nervous today, and was it in the back of your mind that all you needed to do was not lose today's game? What was the psychology like?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous because I don't know. I played well last year, but usually I take second or third place, and I was just happy that I have good chances to take the gold, and I don't want to miss it. I have at night some dreams that I forgot all openings, and
oh no, those nightmares! No.
But everything ended well.
Everything ended well, and you win the tournament with 1 round to spare. What has your experience been like this year? And are you looking forward to playing tomorrow with zero pressure, just playing for the fun of chess? Obviously, still rating points on the line, but what we were looking at earlier, thanks to Aryan, is that you're already world number 4 in the overall women's rankings with the ratings.
Yeah, of course, I will just tomorrow enjoy, but also I want to play good chess. And yeah, I'm happy that I'm number 4 in the world ranking. And I hope after the tournament I will still be a number 4. And I want to improve my chess and become in the future number 1 for sure.
Javoki said the same, and I think he fully believes in you. It's so heartwarming to see how you are supporting each other. You are truly the power couple in chess, and both of you are playing extremely well in your tournaments. So Simon, what are your thoughts on Bibisara's event?
Yeah, I mean, the sacrifice that you do are just amazing. Like, I'm amazed by these games, and
You're so brave. Sometimes you're like down a rook. You're sacrificing your pieces as if it was easy.
Yeah, but I blundered usually in Armageddon, and even after this, I know that I should continue fight, and it's helped me a lot.
And this is you arriving every day at the playing venue with Javoker. Even on the rest day, he went and competed with you guys at sailing. He's been there for you every single day.
Yeah, and actually tomorrow my mom will also coming, so I'm very happy that my close people are around me. So yeah.
Amazing. I think that makes such a difference when you have someone like him and someone like your mom who has been supporting you throughout all her life, and it clearly shows that you are working very hard on your chess. You said that you want to be number one. Do you have any kind of strategy, and in what ways do you train usually in between tournaments? If you can highlight a little bit what your work is like.
Usually I have 5-6 camps in a year, and also a lot of tournaments. I spend time at home maybe 4 or 5 days, and I just want to continue enjoying chess and improving, and I hope it works.
When it comes to you and Javoker here working together, and you have the same coach from what I understand.
Yes.
How much does he help you, for instance, in an event like this, where he doesn't have to play his own games like the candidates?
Yeah, it was, I think, first maybe experience when he helping me without playing his tournament. And actually it's very pleasant for me because, he helped me, he supported me, he helped me with openings. Also my coaches helped me a lot, and but for the next tournament, I think all the tournaments which I will play, he also will play. So, yeah, we will just try into improving and enjoying chess.
Simon, over to you. I see you're taking notes here, like how to be good at chess. First, I need to be a power couple. I need a chess player girlfriend or boyfriend.
Yeah, she doesn't play chess anymore, but that's amazing that you can support each other, and obviously when you play in the same tournament, it might be difficult to help each other, but you'll find a way.
Yeah, I hope so.
Congratulations again, Bibisara, and all the best for tomorrow's game. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of Norway Chess Women, Bibisara Assaubayeva, she wins it with 1 round to spare. You and Javoker have been a lot of fans' favorite power couple in the chess world, and we continue rooting for both of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we also have an interview with Anna Muzychuk after the Armageddon that she won against Bibisara. Of course, for Anna, that still matters for the 2nd place in Norway Chess Women.
Anna, that was really quick day today for you. Can you please tell us what has happened in your game?
Yes, I was trying, to find some line that probably she will not prepare. But of course, like with black pieces, it's hard to play for a win, especially if your opponent doesn't want to do something crazy with white. So, but I expected that if there would be such a situation where she can take a draw, she will probably do it because that guarantees her the first place. On the other hand, she chose quite a sharp mirror. If you want to play for a draw, you can do it also with other ways. So and in Armageddon, I think it went okay for me. I'm not sure if I did everything correctly, but. It ended in a draw, so I'm glad about it.
And now, as we already know that Bibisara won the tournament, there's still 2nd, 3rd places that are also quite nice prize. What will be now your mindset, having this into the consideration that first place is already taken?
I will wait for the games to finish because both classical games are in progress and a lot of things will depend on the result of these games. And tomorrow I'm playing Divya with white, so I think I will try to build my strategy according to the standings and to how the games end.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
Yes, thank you.
It's still complicated.
Yep.
And Muzychuk currently in second place, but as she mentioned, the other games can still impact how the standings will be. Divya Deshmukh, for instance, could jump ahead of Anna if she manages to win her classical game today. And the reigning world champion, Gukesh D, his clash against Praggnanandhaa has been really exciting from the start, from the opening on, where Gukesh went for this variation that gives up a pawn, but gives him compensation with the extra space, the activity of his pieces, Black having to go back with the knight to where it came from. It's been such a chaotic and fun game to follow. Aryan, I think we need to catch up on the current position and see how it is evolving.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this game has been fireworks right from the start. I think the last time we left it off was at this moment where we were expecting White to develop the bishop on this square to attack the black queen. That seemed pretty logical, but I think the last couple moves, Gukesh has been drifting. He moved the knight backwards, but after this great move, pawn to this f5 square, pushing it to 2 squares up, suddenly White didn't have a very good follow-up. I mean, he did go for this pawn push, trying to open up the position against the black king. By the way, I mean, White could capture this pawn, but oh, it doesn't go away, actually. En passant.
Can you explain what this capture is for those that might not know? How was this? First of all, our board was playing a bit of a magic trick there, but if you again play the move, and how is it that this pawn can go to somewhere where there's nothing?
Yeah, so the thing is that this is called en passant, which means that if you push your pawn 2 squares up and there is one pawn next to it, you can only once capture the pawn in this way.
So right after Black pushes the pawn 2 squares, jumping through the capture square, that's the only moment right after
you
this
cannot
move is
make
played.
one move and then do it later. This is the only moment where you can do it. I believe this was the last rule change in chess. And do you know, Dirk, like which year this change was implemented?
I guess this must have been late 18th century.
18th century.
Yeah.
The latest update to chess is from the 18th century.
Yeah, it literally means in passing. So in fact, it doesn't make a difference if Black pushes the pawn 1 square or 2 squares, and then you may play as if you moved it 1 square. So that's.
Yeah, it's basically the same as this. And basically my point is here, if White takes it, Black is just very happy, develops the knight and ready to castle. This pawn is weak. So Gukesh rejected this one and instead storms forward here with this pawn push, just going after Black's king. But after 20 minutes of thinking, Pragg played this move, which seems to just be very strong, hitting the white rook and hitting the center. And the thing is that once this pawn falls in the center, it really seems like the whole white position is it's quite risky. Let's say if the knight moves one square up here, Black has this brilliant move, which I think was what Gukesh missed when he went for his variation. I mean, the knight is currently attacked, and if you move it away, White can capture this one and gets momentum. But Black has a really strong move here in capturing this pawn with the rook and also defending the knight. And this is the second pawn that Black is capturing. So currently Black is 2 pawns up, and if you take the rook, there is this deadly fork. Ooh. Hitting the king and the queen. Black wins White's queen and is winning. So
quite a move. The rook sacrifice for winning the queen like that way. Very pretty.
This is the only explanation I have, is that Gukesh maybe missed this idea, because currently it seems like he is in a lot of trouble as he also falls behind 50 minutes. And the thing is that he's been spending 7 minutes on his last move, which is not a very good sign, because this knight move was quite logical. I mean, hitting the pawn and hitting the rook, so this must have been something he saw, but probably missed the variation that I showed. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Pragg is so tricky. It's amazing to see. Like,
very sharp, very good with tactics. And Dirk, I think we were just looking at this like, wait, so is there a way out of this? Or after this knight jump, there is no way he can prevent those threats?
I think the line that Aryan just showed, indicates that he made a serious oversight. There's no other way to explain that.
This is what happened.
Yeah, which doesn't say a lot of positive things about his form. It's not the kind of calculating error a strong player should make.
And definitely not Gukesh. He's so good at calculation.
Oh yes.
No, it's really a cold shower here to blunder this one, because the position just falls apart for white. Actually, the best.
Yes, sorry, Aryan, but someone wants to interrupt us, and he might tell us about this position more. Pragg, over to you.
Yeah, okay, second time for today. G4 was wild. I don't believe in this too much for white, but it's complicated, and some of these positions to evaluate is not at all clear. Some knight b3. I've just played knight b3. Some gf is there. I thought like worst case I'm always fine, but I feel like I should probably be better in some cases as well. So I'm also happy that I have like a little bit of time advantage. So I think I'm for now I'm feeling okay about this position.
Dirkjan, your thoughts on Pragg and what he expressed in the confessional booth?
Well, he says, and he's the politest guy on earth, and he says, I don't believe much in that idea, which in normal human language is, that is a rotten move. What strikes me, I mean, the fact that Gukesh missed this, while specifically the Indian players are incredibly good at visualizing. I mean, that's what they train an awful lot on, and these two guys, they are incredible in visualizing. And then if you don't visualize this, which I mean for me would be an easy oversight, but for them not. That says a lot about his form. And he remains very polite. He says he thinks he's doing fine. Probably he's totally winning.
One thing is for sure, the more Gukesh thinks here, the more confident Pragg gets that there's really nothing.
It's hard to see any miracles, really.
Yeah, so I think the variation white has to go for after looking at it is like just
the bishop.
Completely ignore the rook and capture this pawn.
Give up a full rook by capturing a pawn.
Give up a full rook, and actually the best move is not to take not to take the rook, Anna.
Really?
Because this one, it seems like white gets a lot of play here after getting the knight in the center, and this one is about to this one is about to introduce itself. The knight gets to this square, and white actually gets quite a bit of counterplay here. So the best is not to take the rook, but to capture this central pawn. But this one is very strong. I mean, you are hitting the queen and you're eyeing this pawn. And I don't think this is like too tough for black to go for, because the other variation does look a bit scary, and white gets counterplay. But here, after for instance the queen moves, I mean you can take here and be better, but you can also play a move like this, pinning the white knight, stopping white from centralizing. Okay, let's see actually what Gukesh did here, because
that's exactly what I would have played. Is it good?
It's not good, but it's definitely very, very exciting. I mean, black takes the rook, and white is just going to ignore it. Just take the center and go. It seems like complete coffee house chess, just throwing all the pieces against the black king. I mean, it's definitely fun to see this position.
Yeah, it's starting to get really exciting.
Pragg just has to keep his cool and defend accurately.
Yeah.
But I think with 1 hour on the clock,
so
he's going to be able to do so.
The rest of the game should be played in the good night.
Yeah, maybe we should propose that to the players.
Wow, this is fascinating, and I would love to go to a bird's eye view to take in all the action that's happening today. This is the penultimate day of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We already have a champion in Norway Chess Women. Bibisara won it all today. She doesn't even need to show up tomorrow, but I think she will. I think she's gonna fight. Maybe she wants to win even more rating points because she's already world number 4, our tournament champion, Bibisara. Regardless of her loss in Armageddon, she already has more than enough points to claim the title here at Norway Chess Women. We have the bottom left corner and bottom right corner in Norway Chess Women that will still impact the podium. And Divya, for instance, with a winning classical, could jump ahead of Anna Muzychuk. So there's a lot at stake there for the ladies when it comes to the remaining prizes. And the top row is all Norway Chess, where the tournament, honestly, is wide open. Anyone can still win it. At the moment, Wesley So is the tournament leader, but right behind him is Alireza Firouzja, 1 point behind, and then 1 point behind Alireza is Pragg. It's a very tight packed standings at the moment. And when you look at this view, Aryan, which other positions stand out to you right now? Some of the games that we haven't visited recently.
I certainly think we should go to the game between Vincent, Keymer and Alireza Firouzja because we have gotten a lot of moves in that game, and it's really been going in Vincent's favor the last couple moves. So let's talk about what's happening there.
A lot of fireworks, maybe.
Yes,
Explosives?
quite some explosions there, and we might even see more.
Oh.
Wow, what's going on with the pawns in front of the king? Aryan, what happened?
Let me talk about what happened here, because we last time we looked at this position was here. Vincent was in his preparation and basically pushing his pawn forward. Alireza was spending quite some time, and here I wasn't sure if he was going to maybe take this pawn or go forward. He went forward. Still, I think this was perhaps the first moment where Vincent burned some time on his clock. Alireza centralized his queen, putting pressure on this pawn. The bishop came back to defend it. This is kind of a nice move, which I like for black, just trying to open up the position to activate the pieces. White takes this pawn, black captures back. The bishop goes to the center of the board. Takes. And here I just think the position is very, very comfortable for white. I mean, these double pawns are not ideal, I would say. Like in the endgame, they can become weak, and black just doesn't have any counterplay. Like this knight is really struggling to find any squares. Like you really want to like do something like this, but you can't, as the white queen is taking that square. And if the knight would land on d4, that would be huge for black. But it's in a practical game.
Aryan, why didn't Vincent take the free pawn on the queen side? Like he had a free pawn for himself. Why didn't?
That's a good question. That's a good question, Simon. You could take this pawn.
Yeah.
It is indeed a free pawn, but this would be exactly what black was hoping for, as he would shift his queen to this diagonal, hitting the black knight, and also now this check might be quite annoying for white to deal with. I mean, this might still be very possible for white to enter, but the reason he didn't go for it is that black just doesn't have any counterplay in the continuation he went for. And Alireza, we all know, is very, very dangerous if he gets piece activity. So it was just very, very practical to keep it simple and keep a very healthy pawn structure for white, and slowly improving his position while black is struggling to find any counterplay. So one important line, I guess, was if black would capture this pawn, the black queen, it doesn't get trapped, but white wins material here. Moving his knight to the side of the board, forcing the black queen to capture this pawn, and then the black queen gets haunted.
Wow.
Queen has to go here eventually, and white picks up a piece with a winning position. So that was not possible. Alireza moved his queen again. And yeah, eventually Alireza gets stuck on the queen side, and Vincent pushes forward. And this is basically a dream position for white. Like, black doesn't have any counterplay. I mean, their Black's pieces are just kind of pointing at each other, and White has this nice plan of going forward, and these pawns are a bit weak. You have double pawns. So just a dream opening scenario for Vincent. Got the pressure from the start, and the current position is very unpleasant for Black to play. I mean, trying to stop g5, it's he pushes this one, and Vincent has played a fantastic game here now, also including his queen in the attack. This one is very juicy for White, and White is also about to take this one if he gets the chance. So
Fireworks.
Fireworks, but mostly fireworks for White. And with 30 minutes up on the clock, currently on move 24, Alireza has to defend like a monster here to be able to
reverse everything.
Have a chance.
Yeah, I'm really curious. When we see the bar under the board, that's the computer assessment, but we have a Norway chess evaluation bar that takes into account the human factors, the players, their strengths, and also their time situation. So when it comes to the Norway chess evaluation board that we can now see in the top left corner of our screen, it's showing 57% likelihood for Vincent Keymer to win this game, 32% chance that it would be a draw, the final result, and only 7% chance for Alireza to win the game. Dirkian, what do you make of these probabilities and how the computer is assessing White's position as better, but it's not really claiming winning, while the human factors, they're really on Vincent's side?
Yeah, well, probably Alireza is being liked by the computer. Because it feels like more. It feels like Black is being steamrolled. It's very unpleasant. But of course, these are the hard facts that we have to deal with. But I would be very uncomfortable if I were Black here. You feel the storm coming, and but okay, Alireza, he's a very tricky guy. If there's a chance that he can complicate matters, then he will do that. But for the moment, it's all Vincent who is playing.
Looking very good for Vincent, and as we can see in the standings, Vincent is currently in 4th place, but with a winning classical, he'll get 3 points and match Alireza's 13 points. So he will catch Alireza Firouzja, could be tied for 2nd or 3rd place depending on Pragg's game today against Gukesh. So this would be huge for the standing. Vincent Keymer could jump right onto the podium, could be tied for 2nd place with a win, and the chances now are going even further up. 71% chance for Vincent with his last move.
We gotta move in the position, and the move is not too inspiring for Black, as Alireza, after thinking for a while, moves his bishop back to the last rank to defend this very important pawn. But it's not a very good sign if you have to make a move like this. And after Vincent is now just going to capture this pawn. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Alireza, this looks like a nightmare situation. I mean, White has everything they can dream of. Black doesn't have a single... I mean, Black cannot even make a single threat in the position, and this is on the way. I mean, if White would be able to play this move, checkmate is knocking on the door as the knight moves, and you have all kinds of ideas of eliminating the knights. And if Black captured it, this would be checkmate, so it's a very important moment for Black to put a pawn here to not get checkmated. Let's see what's happening. Alireza trades rooks. He's gonna capture back, and I mean, I am expecting him to not let the white pawn get on this square, so to me this seems like a forced move.
Vincent is thinking between taking with the king or the rook, it seems like. It's
maybe Alireza can play this one, try to trade rooks.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, he doesn't want to get that rook to the h-file, right? Then that would be very...
What happened?
Yeah, he seems to be waiting.
That's a good question, Simon. Why Vincent is spending time on this rook trade? Is he actually considering capturing back with the king?
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting because it might be clever to take back with the king, because black wants to trade rooks anyway, and now you can kind of like hide the king here, and you want to shift the rook over to this file where you have a lot of attacking potential.
Wow.
The black king is somewhat in much more trouble with the rooks on the board.
So this is actually a really critical moment, and whether it's rook takes or king takes, and the king marching back toward the middle of the board. Usually we tell our students to castle, guard your king with the pawns in front of it, but the white king no longer has any bodyguards in front. It may as well walk somewhere else where it's safer, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems totally logic to wants to keep your other rook, because if you trade with the rook, I guess Alireza just wants to do this desperate move of moving the rook next to the king and try to trade again, but you don't want that. You want Vincent want every piece is possible to attack the king. And when I look at this position, I see the black queen on the edge, far left of the board, like it's not doing anything. It's just sad. Don't you think, Aryan?
Yeah, I mean, it's really a nightmare for a knight on h7.
It's a nightmare indeed.
He would love to bring that queen into the play, but that's very difficult.
Yeah.
And it's just, okay, Mr. King, can you please go to the center because we need the cannon on the H file.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
And while Vincent is taking a pause here, deciding whether to trade with the rook or how to take back that rook with the rook itself or the white king marching all the way to the center, I did want to bring up another topic, Dirkjan, because in February, Netflix has premiered an incredible documentary about the real-life Beth Harmon, the true Queen's Gambit story. Judith Polgar is the only female player in the world who has ever broken into the top 10 among everyone in the elite. She has beaten world champion after world champion, and her truly inspiring story is now a Netflix documentary called Queen of Chess. And you played a very important role in this documentary as a storyteller. Can you talk to us more about the experience of being part of a Netflix documentary and talking about the greatest female chess player of all time?
Yeah, those are two great things. I was very pleased to be contacted by Rory Kennedy, who is the documentary maker, and she's a well-known documentary maker, has won several prizes. She made an absolutely beautiful documentary about her mother, Ethel Kennedy, the wife of the late Robert Kennedy, and she was attracted to Judith's story, and I don't have to explain to you because you are in the film as well how special Judith is. Judith, she broke records that no other woman has broken, and she was playing against the very best players in the world, beating all the greats, and the only one that escaped her was Garry Kasparov, who was in the eyes of some people, the GOAT, or he's the co-GOAT, or whatever. And in the end, she manages to beat him in a rapid tournament in Monaco. So that is what the film focuses on, the fight of a very talented, very special girl from Hungary, who achieves all this, and then in the end, she more or less achieves a goal in beating the strongest player on the planet. And there's incredible footage in the film.
Much footage. I don't know how they pulled out archive from literally anything and everything. Or the three sisters, the Polgar sisters, as kids growing up. There's so much video footage, photographs from their earliest tournaments, their encounters. It's been incredible to see how in-depth the documentary is.
Yes, and it's a story, and I mean, on the way to beating Kasparov, there is this very famous incident in 1994 when Judith, as a young girl, she plays in the strongest tournament in the world at the time, and many people, they said, well, it doesn't make any sense for a girl to play there. And then she plays Garry Kasparov, and she gets a difficult position, but then he makes a move, which is a mistake, and he lets go of the piece, and then he takes it up again, and it became a total scandal, and that is one of the centerpieces in the documentary. But on the whole, it's a tribute to Judith as a very special person who achieved so much for women's chess. It's I remember when we saw this photo of Judith and me in Monaco.
And Judith also on the cover of New in Chess, the magazine that you've been writing for so long, were the chief editor and still the editor at large at New in Chess.
I took the left photo. Unfortunately,
you took that photo?
Unfortunately,
wow.
I didn't take the right one.
Still great photographs.
Yeah. So.
And that's a baby lion, isn't it? On the right side.
So Judith's husband is a vet, and he works for the zoo in Budapest. So at some point, this baby lion needed extra care, and they took him in their home. And I had been to their home to interview Judith, and then she said, "I have a special photo for you." And okay, this had to be on the cover. But I think what Judith achieved was that when she was having her first major results, then men had found it very difficult to handle that. So very often they wouldn't even resign. They would just walk off. They wouldn't analyze with her. And
they wouldn't shake her hand. And it's part of the game to shake hands at the start of the game. And when you resign, you also should shake hands, but they didn't.
Yeah. And I think that's one of her major contributions, that these days, if a man plays against a woman and she wins, then it's a normal thing. And people, they accept that. Well, maybe not everyone, but most of them, they do. And it is because they got used to it, thanks to Judith, who played at the very highest level. And besides that, she's also a fantastic ambassador for the game. She has her annual festival in Budapest. I mean, you're there always, and it's absolutely stunning to see what they're doing in an educational sense. It's not only promotion of chess, but really an education festival. And I mean, people should go to Norway Chess, absolutely. But if you have some spare money, go to Budapest as well for Judith's festival. So.
Absolutely. The Global Chess Festival will take place later at the end of September this year, Judith Polgár's festival. And Queen of Chess is on Netflix. If you haven't watched it yet, you will want to watch the real-life Queen's Gambit story. We're going to go to our short break now. In a few minutes' time, we'll be back with the rest of the action from round 9 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And thank you so much, Dirk-Jan, for joining us for today. It's been such an honor, and we would love to continue talking to you. You have so many stories from the world of chess.
But there's new stories being developed here, and we're
continuously, always new stories, always new stories.
I'm very curious about some of the games here, how they will end. So I'll happily follow that.
Thank you, Dirk-Jan. We will be following too, and we will be back after a short break.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
I'm just here as a spectator now, but since Magnus won his first World Championship in the classical chess in 2013, I've been doing commentary for NRK, and it's turned into sort of a fairy tale TV story, really, where more than 1 million Norwegians have followed the action move by move in World Championships, and of course Norway is a quite small country with only 5 million people. So it's really been something very special that, you know, everyone basically is tuned into the chess and following the efforts of Magnus move by move.
I've learned that there is one period of a year that everybody watches TV, everybody watches Magnus to play chess. If you can tell us more about it.
Yeah, I mean, now it's the Christmas tradition of Norwegians. So quite soon, actually, people will start asking me, you know, what will happen this Christmas? You know, will Magnus play? Of course, it's a key question. We never know for sure that Magnus will play, but everyone is very keen to the Blitz and Rapid. I mean, then the Christmas stress is finished, I guess, for many, and then they will sort of sit with their families in front of the TV and then follow the action. And it's quite amazing that a lot of people who follow the chess, they don't even know the rules. So they don't really know, you know, they can't really follow the action on the board, but still they can follow, you know, the evaluation and the tension and the clock ticking down. And then it's also quite spectacular TV product with celebrities in the studio, and of course we have a reporter always on the venue, and we have social media with the audience interacting with us, you know, to contribute to great content. So once more this year, of course, I hope that we will have the Christmas chess, and if so, lots of Norwegians will tune in as always.
Well, I hope so too. And final question is all about Norway Chess 2026, because this is the first time when it comes to Oslo. What do you think? What you like it here the most? And yeah, just to share your thoughts about this event.
Yeah, I'm a spectator here for the first day today, so it was really special to me. In fact, I thought maybe, you know, just to watch the games without commentary or anything, I thought maybe it would be a bit boring. But actually, I thought it was just wonderful, you know, it's sort of a Zen mood. And then also to follow the games without the evaluation. You can sort of study the position yourself and enjoy the Nimso Indian or whatever opening, or the Najdorf in Magnus's game. So, of course, the result of Magnus is a big disappointment to Norwegian fans. But then again, we also know that even Magnus can't win all the time, and that's also sort of the joy with sports, right? That actually sometimes he will have a terrible tournament, and then probably next time he will strike back.
Well, thank you so much to talk with us, and enjoy your day today.
Thank you, Katie.
An athlete loses over 10 kilograms during the competition, and you still don't think chess is a sport? Listen closely. Chess has world championships, elite tournaments, rankings, coaches, and fierce competition across the world. Top games can last for 6 or 7 hours under non-stop pressure. Your brain burns enormous amount of energy during intense concentration. During the legendary 1984 World Championship match, which lasted more than 5 months, Anatoly Karpov reportedly lost more than 10 kilograms because of the physical and mental strain. And chess is officially recognized as a sport by the International Olympic Committee. That's why top players also care about stamina, fitness, sleep, and recovery. Chess may look quiet from the outside, but it requires extraordinary endurance.
Why does online chess feel so different from over-the-board chess, even though the rules are so similar? Online chess is fast and reactive. You rely on speed, intuition, and quick decisions. Over-the-board chess is slower and more intense. You sit face-to-face with your opponent, manage nerves, focus for hours, and feel every move much more deeply. That's why some strong online players struggle in real tournaments. Over-the-board chess is not just about moves. It's also about pressure, stamina, and psychology. Online chess improves speed and pattern recognition. Over-the-board chess builds concentration and discipline. Because strongest chess players know how to master both online chess and over-the-board chess.
99% of beginner chess players lose like this at least once. This is the fool's mate, the fastest checkmate possible. White pushes the pawns, opening a direct path to the king with no pieces defending it. Solution: don't push the flank pawns too early in the game. Start with the central pawns and develop your pieces. This is scholar's mate. Every beginner falls into this trap. Solution: develop your pieces and watch out the f7 square. Most quick checkmates happen because players attack before developing, so remember, first develop your pieces and later attack.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is the penultimate day. We already have a champion in Norway Chess Women. It's Bibisara Assaubayeva, who won the tournament today with 1 round to spare. But in Norway Chess, it's still widely unclear who will be at the very top at this field, where Wesley So is the tournament leader. But there's quite a chasing pack behind him in the standings. And today his opponent is world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Aryan, when it comes to the current position and the situation, the chances, how do you see the assessment?
The trend is clearly in Magnus's favor, I would say. I mean, it's comfortably equalized. White still has the bishop pair, but black has this fantastic square for a knight on e5 on the center of the board, and we've seen Magnus shuffle up his king. I've talked about this before, but I mentioned it again. When the queens are traded off and we are in the endgame, it's important to play with an active king. And I really like Magnus's piece placement here. I mean, this square in the center of the board where the black knight is, it's called an outpost, and an outpost is a square that cannot be attacked by any of White's pawns. So this knight can never really be chased away. I mean, there's no pawns to attack it. And I mean, look at the time situation. Wesley's 29 minutes against 47. So it feels like Wesley's been a bit uncomfortable the last few moves, take a lot of time, and it's still very, very solid for White. I mean, White doesn't have any weaknesses, but this knight in the center of the board is very, very strong. And I would say the position is rather closed, where the bishop pair is not that dangerous for White. But it's rather balanced right now, Anna. But I think Magnus is the one who's trying to create something on the board.
I hope we will get access. I don't know if at the moment we have the Norway Chess evaluation bar for this or not yet, but I'm hoping that we will. I want to access how it compares to the computer evaluation that says about equal, slightly better chances to black, what we see under the board. That is the bar is about in the middle of everything, a little bit more to the left, showing slight advantage to black. But in terms of the time management, Magnus having a good bit of extra time, 17 minutes of time advantage. What do you think would be here, like the human chances, the human factors, if we try to guess the Norway chess bar?
I mean, it's pretty much in the middle, but yeah, slightly in Magnus's favor, I think, because of the time. And the trend is a bit in Magnus's favor. Like, Wesley was a bit better before, but it feels like Magnus has improved his position, while the last move of White might look a bit mysterious, like putting the knight on the edge of the board. But the reason for that is that Black actually had a serious threat in the position of sometimes placing the knight on this square, hitting the white bishop and the white pawn. And it's kind of nice for White to be able to meet that move with putting the bishop one square back and defend it. And that was not possible when the knight was on this square. Like, sometimes this could happen and White could lose a pawn. So currently, Wesley is kind of reacting to Magnus's threats, and we have a big decision taken by Magnus as he trades his knight for White's bishop. Now the bishop pair is gone, and the pawn structure is completely symmetrical. Black has a pretty nice move in the position of improving his knight, and he does, Magnus. This was the best way of playing.
Putting the knight back where it comes from, the original square. Can you highlight why this move? Simon, you and I are like, wait, what? He went back? This is a great move. This is how to play chess?
It does look odd, but this is a slow position. There is no fireworks there in the position. There is endgames where endgame where both pieces are trying to improve their position, and the knight is much happier on this square, pointing towards this pawn and the bishop. And I mean, Magnus is known for being so fantastic in like maneuvering his pieces. I always try to learn from him. And here is a very like nice harmonious move, just proving his knight a bit. And this knight is currently not doing that much. But that being said, I mean, the white position is very solid. I'm expecting maybe Wesley to try to bring his king back to society, and after black improves the knight, maybe push the bishop one square back. But I mean, the black king is a bit more active than white's king, so I would really pick black here. And I mean, it's a big question if Magnus can like break through and break down the defense, but I think he's pretty happy with his position.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Norway Chess evaluation bar because we now have access to it, and I want to see how happy the bar is when it comes to Magnus's position. So according to the human factors in this position, the Norway Chess evaluation bar is saying that it's about 28% chance for Magnus to win this exact position right now. 68% it gives to a draw as an outcome, and Wesley has a tiny chance there. That's the smallest margin for winning this current position. So definitely better for Magnus, still most likely as a draw, but I think when we take into account the time and Magnus being Magnus, it's a good chance, Simon. It's looking good. But is it looking good for the world champion is another question, because Gukesh D might be in trouble against his compatriot Praggnanandhaa. That's a crazy sharp game that we were analyzing earlier, and I would love to see the current situation, Aryan, since a couple of moves have been played.
Actually, it's shifted a bit, Anna, and
has it?
Yeah, this has been such a exciting game. I mean, last couple moves ago, it was pretty clear that Gukesh had blundered something, but the position was still so chaotic that it's still possible to create some chances. And currently, for counter pieces, like black is full rook up.
A full rook up.
Yeah.
Praggnanandhaa has a full rook as an advantage.
Yes.
And yet the computer is saying somewhat better for black, but not winning. Usually a rook up is winning. On Grandmaster level, they resign when they are down a rook. So what is it that Gukesh has here for the rook?
Well, this knight is pretty pretty strong, pointing at black's king. I mean, this could easily go wrong for Pragg. He has to defend very accurately. Let's see, he's capturing that pawn in the center. So I just want to say that the last couple moves, like after this move, Pragg had to develop his queen on this square, also hitting this pawn, and if he would find it, he would have a winning position. But of course, it's
getting really complicated.
It's getting very complicated, and it's difficult to figure all this out over the board. But I think Pragg has probably missed something, because now, I mean, objectively speaking, Pragg is still better, but it's pretty much game on, as White really has, I mean, from a practical element, great compensation.
The fireworks are coming. I feel it.
It's just so crazy to see that a player at the very highest chess level, that is, this is world-class chess, and one of the players is missing a rook. A rook in chess is 5 points. It's a lot. And on Grandmaster level, they don't play the game when they are down that much material. But all the factors that Aryan has highlighted, and that incredibly powerful knight for white in the middle of the board, about to give a check, could pick up the black rook, or is it that white shouldn't even take that rook? What's the right way to proceed here? Should you take the pawn back? Do you give a knight check?
Yeah, actually, it's important to give this check, because if you take the pawn here, then black gets momentum, gives this check, and is able to get this hiding square for the king. So pretty important to immediately give this check. And the black king has to go here to this square, and now white captures this pawn with the queen. This is the critical variation, hitting the black rook, so and actually threatening checkmate on the board. I mean, if white is to play here, this is a checkmate. So this is what I'm expecting, and it's just getting completely crazy. Like, I mean, maybe you want to move the rook here with black, but there is this check as well to keep an eye for.
Wow, a lot is happening. A lot is happening.
Yeah, maybe black gives this check. And here, and then try to save the other rook. but it's so complex and so hard to figure out what's happening over the board. I think like any move can also be a blunder, you know? Like the thing is that when you're playing such a crazy position where everything is hanging, the price of one move can be huge. Like you can go from winning to losing in one move. And we actually had this clash between Gukesh and Pragg in this tournament, their first game, where I believe Pragg was objectively winning, but then in the time trouble it shifted and Gukesh ended up winning. And this really reminds me of that one. It's kind of just an insane position where I think anything can happen right now. As White got this knight to this square, the last couple moves has gone in Gukesh's favor.
So if we look back right now at the live board, Pragg just took this pawn in the middle, and as you said, it was for activating the queen. So now we have the queen and can come make a check if you're not careful. So that was the whole idea of that pawn capture. There was nothing else. This was only for the queen to breathe. Right?
Exactly, Simon. Yeah, that's a very good point that you're making there. That's why Black captures this pawn in the current position, trying to... I mean, if Black gets the queen here, he does get so many more options. Like the queen gives an important check, and also eyeing this important pawn, which might be very important.
It's crazy that taking this pawn was more crucial than saving your rook, because you can jump with the knight, take the rook, be up material. No, not up material because you're already down a rook, but
win back some of the material.
yeah, you win something back. But now Pragg is like, no, taking that pawn is more accurate.
Yeah. I mean, the thing
Could
is
we
that
show, actually, that's a great, I think that's really the right conclusion here, Simon, that you came to, that if Black is greedy, wants to hold on to the rook, makes a move to avoid the rook being captured from that knight fork, what would be the outcome? Can you show a line, Aryan, where Black would try to hold on to all the extra material, keep the full rook, and what's the price of that?
Okay, let's say the rook moves to this square, so this is not a fork on the rook, but and that was also the reason why Pragg captured this pawn, is that actually now White can eliminate this pawn, and after, let's say, the king moves to this square, you can, for instance, play a move like queen one square up, hitting the knight.
And if you take, you give a check, so...
Yeah, I mean, if Black puts his knight here, you can take it and then give a check. And this would just lead to checkmate, as the Black king is running out of squares. Like, let's say the king goes up. You have this check, and this is checkmate with the pawn, actually, on the board. This would be a crazy variation that leads to checkmate. So
that's why.
yeah, and like if you try, maybe this is even a better illustration, like trying to stop this knight fork. White would take this pawn and later shift his queen to this file, and this would just be very, very dangerous for Black. So while taking, Black opens up a square for the Black queen, and it's very important to get counterplay when you're being attacked. So
sometimes it's the moral of the story is to sometimes say bye-bye to your rook in order to save the game. That's it.
Yeah, and when you have extra material, I think it's a good idea to not be as greedy as wanting to hold on to everything. You can give back some of your advantage to activate your pieces or make your king safer. Other factors that matter also a lot, especially if it's king safety. King safety is more important than holding on to something that when you want to have an extra rook, yeah, but what about your king? We do have a move, and that's the check that Aryan said is really important. So the world champion finds the best move, gives this knight check, not even necessarily to take the Black rook. It's about now the queen, the White queen, seeing the pawn. So after the king moves away from the check, Gukesh wants to capture the pawn in the center, we believe.
Activating the queen.
With the queen. And so both rooks of Black will be hanging.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such a crazy position, so I just checked with an engine what's happening and what's the evaluation. Says Black is a bit better, but that just doesn't mean anything.
A bit better with a full rook up means that Gukesh has crazy compensation for the
so
material.
He's supposed to give this check, and you really don't want to lose this rook, and also checkmate is on the board, so moving this rook to this square makes a lot of sense. And afterwards, white can capture, black takes back. You can take the rook, black takes back. This is a long variation here.
Wow.
Black is a piece up here, so it looks like black should be winning. But the engine says just white goes up with the king, drives back the black knight, and this is apparently like unclear.
Unclear with an extra knight for black.
Yeah, maybe you just play a move like this, and it's just complete fire on the board. Like you have moves like this, spinning the black bishop. You have this threat. I don't think either player is like confident in this position.
Fireworks.
Fireworks is the right word, and also time pressure approaching so soon for Gukesh. This is move 20. He has 20 minutes to play another 20 moves to get to the time control. The players need to make it to move 40, complete move 40 to get extra time. Even the increment after move 40 is just 10 seconds. So for Gukesh, this is a really crazy sharp position with a lot of calculation to come, and he will not have that much time to figure these things out. So really tough in terms of the time management. But he's doing as he should. The queen capture now in the middle of the board. He's playing the best moves. He's finding them.
Yeah, no, Gukesh is extremely resourceful, and I've seen in so many of his games when he's in trouble, sometimes he just fights extremely well and saves a lot of bad positions. Maybe such an important skill to have in chess, to be a good defender.
Be very resourceful.
Be very resourceful.
Never give up.
Save a lot of points by not collapsing when you're in a bad position.
Maybe that was his plan, Gukesh, when we thought he blundered something, but he wanted to show maybe Pragg, oh, I blundered, oh no, I'm taking my time, but maybe it was all preparation to get to that moment. Would you think?
Well, I think he just wanted to go for an all-in fight. Maybe went a bit too far at some point, but now it's just 3 results possible. But I think that 20-minute time advantage could be a huge factor. It's a very tough position to play with low time. So, I mean, we had this also crazy game between Gukesh and Wesley So a couple days ago, where Wesley So offered a draw in Gukesh's time travel.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I would love to know what the Norway Chess evaluation bar says about this madness on the board. It's evaluating the chances in this current position as 59% chance for Pragg to win, 22%. Actually, it's changing now after the check of Pragg. It's slightly shifted. A 53% chance for Pragg to win, 31% chance of a draw, and 15% chance it gives to Gukesh to win the game, possibly taking into account that Gukesh is much lower on time. And Pragg plays the best move, the queen check. That was important, I believe, Aryan, in your analysis too.
Yeah, but it's still far from clear. It is important for Gukesh where he puts his king right now, but I think by kind of logic and elimination, you will understand that you're supposed to put the king here, because I don't think the other squares are very natural. For instance, if you go here, I mean, you're letting black have this check, so that doesn't make sense. And going forward, it also feels... maybe he's considering this, but it feels a bit off, because, I don't know, this pawn is hanging with check sometimes.
Yeah, especially with the queen still on the board. You don't want to put your king too much in the center.
Yeah. And this feels like a much safer square. I mean, black doesn't have a single check, and you can later go here with the king. And in this position, black only has one move, it seems, and that's to move the rook. Yeah. Like, there's no other ways to
save it.
Yeah, exactly, to save it, and takes... Yeah, take with the knight, take the rook, and drive back the black knight. The knight only has one square. This is a very long variation, of course, that I'm showing, but it's best played by both. If this would happen, white pushes the pawn one square, threatening this very, very serious check, which would pick up the black knight. So black goes back with the queen to defense, and it's just very unclear. It's just a mess.
This could be where the game is heading. I think while Gukesh is thinking, I would love to see the bird's eye view to take in everything that's going on today. This is the penultimate day here at Norway Chess. We already have a champion in Norway Chess Women, and I would love a quick update, Aryan, on the other 2 games in Norway Chess Women 2 from our bird's eye view. If you could update us on the Divya Jiner clash and the Humpy Wenjun game as well, because even though we have a champion at Norway Chess Women and her name is Bibisara Assaubayeva, the second, third place and all the rest of the top prizes are still up for grabs.
Yeah, let's go to the game between Humpy and Wenjun, because there's very, very limited material left there. Yeah, so both parts have, I mean, it's pair kings and two pieces. What do you call it? Major pieces?
Minor pieces?
Minor pieces, yeah.
Aryan, you're a grandmaster. No, I guess you normally don't say that.
No, I've said it before in the stream. I've said minor pieces before.
So we call minor pieces the knight and the bishop.
But you know, sometimes on your birthday, your mind doesn't work. So
I didn't know myself.
Minor pieces are knights and bishops, and major pieces we call the rook and the queen.
Minor pieces, yeah.
They are the tiny pieces, and the other ones are the bigger pieces.
Thank you, Anna, for educating us.
You're welcome.
No,
appreciate.
What would we do without you?
Maybe have fun with doing the commentary and not be interrupted by me.
No, we have so much fun.
I don't think we would have fun.
It wouldn't be the same.
Thank you, guys. No, thank you, and likewise. We are having a great time always here in the studio. But in this minor piece endgame, Aryan.
This is really heading towards the draw. I mean, both have 2 minor pieces and two pawns each, and yeah, there's just very limited material left, and material is equal currently. So I will just highlight something very important, and that is that so white has this passed pawn, but actually if you remove black's knights, I don't know how I can do that, but
so if we picture the position without the black knight,
I'm putting it somewhere where white can take it. And now I'm removing this, but he has to take this one too, and white will take his own pawn. I go back.
Okay, Aryan is showing a hypothetical. If everything disappeared on the king's side, and what's left is only the
this
queen's
position,
side.
like white has a bishop and a pawn against the king. It might seem like, I mean, white must be winning here. It's like 4 points against 0, but this position has still a famous draw.
Did you know that, Simon?
I didn't know that.
White can push the pawn all the way he wants, but so the thing is that
you need a light square bishop.
Exactly, Simon. You need a light square bishop. In this position, white cannot make any progress, because if you try to, for instance, go here to take this square, it's suddenly stalemate.
The black king has nowhere to go.
Has nowhere to go, and I mean, black is just gonna like shuffle around here forever, push the pawn. It's a stalemate again. So this is a famous draw. You do need a light squared bishop here to kind of like drive away the black king, and this would be winning. You need a bishop to control this square, which goes to show that if we think about it from a logical standpoint, if black is able to trade his knight and 2 pawns against this pawn on the side of the board, it's a draw, and you would think that should be possible.
Yes, so this could be one of the games that might reach an Armageddon, because in case of a draw in classical chess, we just get to see even more chess. So we are happy, even if it's a draw, because the 2 players will have to fight it out in a faster time control Armageddon. What about the other game in Norway Chess Women, where Divya is the one who could jump ahead of Anna Muzychuk in the standings for the 2nd place?
Yeah, this one is very interesting. I think last time we came to this position, came to this game, we thought that Divya had a nice initiative going, sacrificed an exchange, and it was looking pretty dangerous for Jiner. But right now, the material is actually balanced. Like, we do the counting, like white has a knight, 6 pawns, and a queen against queen, rook, and 4 pawns. So pretty equal material there. I think white has some potential with the knight, but the problem is that white's king is a bit unsafe. So sometimes maybe the black rook can like swing over to this square, and if white tries to activate, could get pretty dangerous here with these threats against the white king.
How would you evaluate the chances of the players here with
I
this
think it's
balance?
most likely going to be a draw, because it seems like both sides cannot make any progress. Like if black gets too active with the queen, like tries for something like this, it seems to me that white is in time to get their own counterplay against black's king, create some checks and launch some counterplay. But so currently balanced. Who do you like, Simon?
Yeah, I like
the knight or the rook?
I like Divya's chance a lot more, even though it seems like a draw, just because of the pass pawn. I feel like if she plays this correctly, you just need one mistake from Jiner and it's over.
Yeah, just try to push this pawn to the final square, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point, that the pass pawn, if you start advancing it, it will become a factor that black needs to worry about. I think there's a lot going on during the round, so we're going to go to the bird's eye view because the action is heating up on all boards. This is the penultimate day, and the standings could be shaken up by any of these games. If someone manages to win in Classical, gets 3 points, that's a huge boost to the standings both in Norway Chess and in Norway Chess Women. Some of the top boards there, so top row is Norway Chess, bottom row is Norway Chess Women, and I'm looking at the middle of everything. Vincent against Alireza. That's a game that's so crucial to the standings. Alireza could bounce ahead and be in first place if he wins. Vincent could bounce ahead and catch Alireza in the second place if he wins. And the position is looking really sharp. Should we go there for a moment,
Yeah,
Aryan,
let's go
and
there.
check?
Let's go there. It's Alireza's been on a lot of pressure in this game, as Vincent had a very smart preparation that put him under a lot of pressure. And the current position, Alireza is trying to put some resistance. He is very, very good at that, by the way. Alireza known for being extremely resourceful. I mean, I mentioned this about Gukesh, but Alireza too. Now, on the last move, bringing his queen back to the defense, trying to keep an eye on the 7th rank. The pawn structure is really in white's favor, as black has these double pawns, so it kind of feels like white is a pawn up because, I mean, they both have 5 pawns each, but these pawns are pretty, yeah, I'd say far from ideal. So it's a good situation for Vincent, but it's not that easy to like create a mating attack. Like if you swing the rook over, black can always like move his bishop on this square and keep an eye on the knight. So. Currently, I think Alireza is trying to set up a fortress and asking Vincent how he wants to make progress. But anyway, a very, very pleasant position for Vincent to be in. Like, black has 0 counterplay, and white is trying to improve his position. So certainly a 2-result game where Vincent will either win or we will have a draw.
With that queen move from Alireza from black, it seems like it was... we talked about the fact that the queen seems so far of the action. And now he's trying to get into the action, but is this going to be like fast enough, or it's?
Yeah, no, that's
because once you slide the rook, as you said,
yeah,
you link up the queen, targeting that knight. Like, what's the queen doing? Like, is it gonna be?
Yeah, no, black can try to hold on here, and black's queen can go to defense. So I think Vincent needs to involve one of his other pieces. Maybe this is an interesting move to think about, to try to basically combine these 2 threats, putting pressure on this pawn and also trying to put pressure on the...
The rook all the way over to the king's side, to the edge of the board. I would love to see, by the way, the evaluation
bar, not ours, under the board, that's still catching up, that's the computer. But the Norway Chess evaluation bar takes into account the time factor here too, that Vincent has more time, the human factors in the position, their strengths and weaknesses of the players. So it's showing 59% chance for Vincent to win this game, 36% of a draw, and as likelihood and very little chance for Alireza. What do you think of that, Simon? Do you agree more with the human factors here?
Yeah, I wish I could agree because Vincent got an amazing position. I hope he can manage to keep it. But anything can happen, you know. We've seen it in the previous game. You have a good position, but then it gets complicated. You make a bad move, and suddenly you make a draw or you lose the game.
That's a good point, and time trouble is approaching, especially for Alireza, who is down to his final 16 minutes. This is only move 29, so he still has to play 11 or 12 more moves in this position with just 16 minutes. It doesn't feel like it's that close to time trouble when you think of 16 minutes, but this is a really complex, very sharp position where you need to spend a lot of time to find the best move. So definitely tougher for Alireza to defend this and try to build that fortress.
Yeah, he kind of just has to wait. So maybe this one is interesting, try to put some pressure on this pawn. But basically, he just has to sit tight and wait and hope that white cannot break through. Meanwhile, I was trying to see what kind of plans there are for white, and it seems like this knight maneuver might be pretty strong, Anna. Just
yeah,
trying to get another piece involved there.
Wow, I do like the knight maneuver, and I think we're getting moves. So after the rook move by Vincent, Alireza is about to reach for his queen, dropping it back to the original square where the queen comes from, putting pressure on the white pawn.
He kind of lost a tempo, no? He brought the queen to c7 and then d8.
Yeah, he did in some way lose the tempo, but the problem was that he couldn't go to d8 earlier because the white rook was there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the white rook was controlling that square.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and now if Vincent shifts his queen to this file, Alireza has only one move in the position, and that is moving the rook up to defend. But that's not so easy for white right now because this pawn is hanging, and white needs to kind of involve some of his other pieces. Like, you're not exactly in time to get the knights involved in time here because black can capture this pawn.
So what should Vincent do about that hanging pawn? Or should he not go and place the queen on the edge of the board with the attack? Or is that still a good move?
Vincent's best idea here, from what I understand, is putting his rook here.
Oh.
And trying to get his knight involved.
The question will be if he finds it, because he has just moved his rook to the very edge of the board. So it's hard to then move it again to just guard your pawn, isn't it? It is hard.
Yeah. In chess, actually, one of the hardest things to do is to basically admit your mistake, go back to the square you came from, basically, and start over again. But it shows strength, in my opinion, to be able to
strength in chess. It also feels like life wisdom when you're saying we need to admit our mistakes and start over. So that rook needs to start over, admit the mistake, guard the pawn, and then the knight maneuver. Very complex and really important game here between Vincent and Alireza. And the tournament leader is Wesley, so who today is facing world #1 Magnus Carlsen. I would love an update on that position as well in this endgame, and how are the chances of the players, Aryan?
Yeah, this one we have some changes as, I mean, let me just go to the last position we had, and yeah, this was the moment we talked about where Magnus maneuvered his knights, improving his knight situation. But Wesley has played very, very precise. Trading these bishops was actually a pretty good idea because these two pawns on dark squares could potentially be a target for the black bishop in the endgame. So that trade makes a lot of sense for white.
Which pawn you talking about?
So the pawns on the left side.
Okay.
The ones that are on dark squares, they can be attacked by the black bishop. So I think trading the bishops here makes sense for white. Because black's pawns on the left side cannot be attacked by the white bishop. But after this trade, Magnus improved his knight, this trade, and rook went here to defend this important pawn.
Targeted by the knight. Okay.
Actually, at this point, it looks pretty good for Magnus. He has his rook active, his knight is active. Looks a bit better for black, but Wesley played very precise. Move his knight here, attacking this pawn. This was defended. Like, if he pushes this forward, I think he would take it and go here. And this pawn would be weak, so wouldn't improve the situation for Magnus. Instead, he defended the pawn. And finally, Wesley brings his king in. Got this trade. Wesley is very, very happy to involve his king. Because king was always like out of the game on this square, but now finally gets involved. Yeah, so this is the current position we have on the board. I mean, they have rook, 5 pawns and knight each. It is really going towards a draw. I mean, Wesley has a bit less time, but it's really limited material here, Anna.
So in terms of the outcome, that would favor Wesley. He's at the top of the standings, and he is trying to get an Armageddon essentially in this match and not let Magnus get winning chances. But we know Magnus, we know that he can squeeze water out of stone, we know his endgame skills, so this game is certainly not over. Let's get another update on the game between the world champion Gukesh and his compatriot Praggnanandhaa, because that game in this round has been the craziest, the most chaotic. It's fireworks and fire on the board. We need to know how the game evolved. Is it the variation you showed, Aryan, and can we get an update overall?
Yeah, we actually got all the moves that I highlighted, and we have this funny position where basically black is a full piece up currently. I mean, white doesn't even have a pawn for it. Like they just have 5 pawns each, and black has the extra knight. But the black king is just basically much more vulnerable than white's king, and these pieces of blacks on the last rank is a bit awkward. So that's why white has very good compensation here. But still, Gukesh is going down less than 10 minutes and need to play precise moves. Like one imprecise move and Pragg might consolidate his extra piece.
That's huge time trouble for Gukesh to have less than 10 minutes when it's only
that's a huge
27.
Mistake.
Wow.
Huge mistake by Gukesh.
Oh no.
Is that a blunder? Is that a losing move?
Blunder. This was basically the only move distracting the black queen. And if you would move here, I think you could go all the way to this square.
Okay, so...
Can you show why his move is a mistake? Is it that he had to find his bishop move? Anything else was bad? Or is there anything about this king move that's bad?
No, it's just that he's losing the momentum by moving the king. He was not in time to do this, and now black gets to consolidate. He can capture this pawn, and after you capture back, suddenly black gets time for this move, threatening the white queen and opening up for the bishop. And the white queen doesn't have any good squares.
Uh-oh. So the white queen will move somewhere, but then black finally can move that bishop that was stuck during the whole game. Simon was saying that that's a piece that's really poorly placed, and both the knight and the bishop are now out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And then the extra knight will matter if you get to activate those pieces.
Yeah. Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, the knight on the edge of the board seems to be restricting the white king to...
Yeah, no, it was basically very, very important to keep making threats in the black position.
Yeah.
White was not in time to get the king to safety here, as black suddenly consolidates, it's in time. But let's see if Pragg has 30 minutes now, if he can figure out this sequence. But it is really what you want to play.
Wow.
It feels like he knows it in a way.
His posture too, like he's sitting up, he's locking in, he knows that this is a moment where he needs to perhaps invest a bit more time because it's critical that he finds the right sequence. He could be winning the game if he finds the right sequence to free his own pieces.
Yeah, and there is this check here, but it doesn't do anything. Like black can just move the king and you give a check again. But I think black is just gonna block with the queen and have a winning position.
Well, this is a huge moment for Pragg. He could turn his position into a fully winning position with the right sequence of moves here that Aryan showed about the pawn capture and how then the pawn push will free both the bishop and the knight that are stuck on the back rank at the moment for black. Extra knight for Pragg, but he has to find that precise sequence so that his position would be winning. We're gonna take a real quick break because this is a cliffhanger. We need to know what Pragg will play. We need to know how the other games are unfolding. So we are going to take the shortest break possible. And when we are back, this is Norway Chess Women, the penultimate day, and it's all for the marble. 700,000 Norwegian crowns is the first place here, the first prize. Everything could be decided on this board. We'll be right back.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Improving at chess is a lot like a pawn. At the beginning of the game, the pawn looks small, weak, limited, and easy to ignore. Every grandmaster started here. But every move forward matters. Every game you study. Every mistake you learn from. Every difficult loss you survive. Chess improvement doesn't happen in one brilliant move. It happens step by step. Every grandmaster was once just a pawn, moving a square at a time.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 9, the penultimate day. Everything can be decided today when it comes to the top places. This is one of the crucial games of the day between the reigning world champion Gukesh D and his compatriot, his teammate Praggnanandhaa. Such a tense game where Gukesh is down a knight, down a full piece, but he has so much compensation for the piece earlier. He might have made a mistake just before we left it, Aryan. And let's check the current position. Has Pragg found the right way to proceed?
Yeah, he went for this pawn capture that we were discussing before the break, and the point of this move is that it opens up this file for the black queen. Being able to push this pawn forward is just huge, opening up for the bishop. And I mean, it's only about if black gets to consolidate here. Black is a piece up, and if white doesn't create something immediately, black is just winning, materially speaking. And Gukesh captures that pawn back, but after quite a bit of a pause there, 5 minutes of a think, burning half of his clock.
He barely has time left.
That is a sign of someone that is not. Probably a bit surprised by the last move.
Yeah, it's just strange because he chose to move his king back to the back rank, going toward the queen side, and not really realizing how important it was to keep the momentum going and keep attacking black. Now, black has a chance to push the pawn, the central pawn, and free that bishop that's been stuck on the back rank, and also try to develop the knight. So finally, Pragg's extra piece, the extra knight, will be alive and will be very much part of the game. And I want to introduce to everybody our game theory expert here, Mehmet, who also is joining us for this crucial game. And Mehmet, without any further ado, what is the Norway chess bar saying about this position? Because you have access and you developed, in fact, this evaluation bar that takes into account the human factors and also the time management.
Absolutely. So the time management here, the time factor is probably one of the most factors at this moment in the game. So basically, Gukesh needs to make about 12 moves in 5 minutes, which is going to be very, very tricky for him. And the Norway chess bar really thinks not much chances for Gukesh at this point.
Wow, 91% chance for Pragg to win, 9% chance for a draw, and 0 for Gukesh to win.
Exactly. So basically, Pragg has all the fun here. And earlier in the position, as you said, you know, it was a tricky position. There were a lot of tricks for Gukesh. If Pragg wasn't able to find the best moves, then Gukesh might have taken over or might have saved the game. But Pragg had more time on the clock, so he found the best moves, pretty much, you know, the right ideas here. And in this moment, it seems very hard for Gukesh to turn the things around here. It's really, I mean, from my amateur player perspective as well, it just seems that after the openings that Aryan suggested, you know, the pawn in the middle, if the black bishop can go out from there, then it seems like the game will all but over.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is looking very good for Pragg, and he also has much more time on the clock. But I just want to mention that there's a lot of things happening in the Norway Chess Women, as Divya Deshmukh is down to 1 minute against Jiner, who has 26.
We could check that real quick and update that Pragg found the best move, is what Simon was pointing out here. I think, Simon, you were like, Pragg, best move. He's playing it. He's doing it. He's winning.
and for a player like me under, like, I guess 2000, it is so hard to comprehend that king move from white was a blunder, and all these pawn push and everything that happened on the board is favorable for white. To me, it feels like I don't get it.
It's just about momentum, Simon. Like, Gukesh had a lot of compensation for a sacrificed piece because he was creating threats after threats, keeping black in check in some way. And by basically giving black an extra move, that changed everything. That king move basically gave black the time to breathe. And he just had to keep putting threats
Yeah, and since you mentioned that there's so much going on, let's go to the bird's eye view first to take in all the action that's happening today in the penultimate round here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Still 5 games are underway, and all of them are crucial for the final standings. Tournament leader in Norway Chess is Wesley, but he's facing Magnus Carlsen today. Pragg could become a tournament leader if he wins 3 points in this game against Gukesh. By winning in Classical, you get 3 points. And in Norway Chess Women, it's also still wide open who will take the podium. We have a tournament winner there. Bibisara, by making it to the Armageddon today, has won Norway Chess Women already. She's our champion. But both Divya's game against Jiner and Humpy's game against Wenjun are crucial for the final standings. Aryan, what's going on in Divya's game and how low she is on the clock?
Yeah, it's been a lot happening there. I mean, we're currently in an end game where White has a knight and 5 pawns against Black's rook and 4 pawns. But in general, the rook is so much stronger than the knight, especially in endgames, because the rook can move much faster. So everything is now decided on if White is able to trade these 2 pawns on the left of the board, the position is a draw. But unfortunately for Divya, it doesn't seem like she's going to be in time to do that.
She has 39 seconds. She gets a 10-second increment every time she makes a move because they already completed move 40, but it's still such a low time situation considering her opponent still has 25 minutes. Simon, what do you think of the time scramble and how Divya has to keep making crucial decisions in just seconds of time?
That's going to be so hard for her to keep track of everything. That time pressure seems like unbearable. Like now she's only gonna get 10 seconds per move. That's wild.
I think a computer bar we can ignore under the board, but we will rely on you, Mehmet, for the Norway chess evaluation bar, what it thinks about this. We do have, by the way, an update on Humpy's game. It is a draw against Wenjun, so they will fight it out in Armageddon. That is our second Armageddon game of the day, and it will start in about 10 minutes' time. Mehmet, back to you and this current game.
The Norway chess bar says that basically for Divya to save this game, there is only 12% chance, meaning the saving means a draw in this game, and 88% probability of winning for Jiner in this position. I think one of the reasons is that knight, when there are pawns on both sides of the board, knights are not really, the great pieces in that respect, and generally bishops are better than knights when there are pawns on both king side and the queen side of the board. And now, instead of a bishop, Black has a rook, which is even better than a bishop because it can move upwards, it can move, horizontally and so on. And as Aryan mentioned, if there were no pawns on one of the sides of the board, these 2 pawns, black and white pawns, were exchanged, then White would have more chances to save this game because all pawns would be on the same side of the board, so they could be more easily exchanged. But it does seem like here Jiner has great chances to win another game and get the 3 points.
And that will be huge for her for the standings, as it's still wide open in Norway Chess Women, who will take the 2nd and 3rd place behind Bibisara. She's activating her king, approaching the white knight.
Down 2 seconds now, Divya, 25. Just has
on
to
push.
Yeah, but that pawn push cuts off the white king from the first rank.
So her king will be stuck on the back rank now because of the pawn push. Earlier with the pawn where it was, at least she had a way out through the other side of the board if she wanted to, isn't it, Aryan?
Yeah, it's very tough to play with seconds, and especially in an endgame like this, it's very difficult. I mean, it's objectively lost, but trying to put some resistance, Divya.
Now Jiner will just collect all the pawns, like on each move, it feels like. Because how can you save that H pawn? After that, it's just gonna slide over to the G pawn and.
I mean, the last 2-3 games has really not gone Divya's way. I mean, yesterday she had a very good position against Bibisara, and today she had an initiative against Jiner, but in some of the critical moments, she has unfortunately not been at her sharpest.
Yeah, it could be also the fatigue. She's giving so much in every game, calculating so much, going for really sharp lines, sacrifices, but that takes a lot of energy. This is a long tournament, and she was the tournament leader earlier, the youngest player in the field, Divya Deshmukh, but you're right, the last few games for Divya didn't go her way. And if Jiner wins this game, she's going to be second. She's going to jump ahead everybody, and she's going to be in second place. Huge game for the Chinese rising star. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, just to take in everything again, because everything is happening all at once here.
A lot of things has been happening in Vincent Keymer against Alireza, Firouzja, as Vincent has made a lot of progress. He's about to win this game, and which would be huge for the tournament standings.
Wow, can we go there real quick and see how the game developed? What's the current situation? Maybe we just focus on this current moment.
I mean, as we were looking at this game earlier, Black was under a lot of pressure, but he was putting resistance, trying to put up a fortress there. But eventually, I think Alireza, it's very tough to play when you're basically don't have a plan. And
so
just
low on
standing there,
time,
he
too.
tried to free himself by sacrificing an exchange to get some active chances, but it's objectively not good. And now, after this very, very strong move, placing the bishop in on this square, forcing a trade, it's objectively just winning for Vincent, as this pawn is also very weak.
So he just needs to find that bishop move to undermine the black pawn. Also, that his rook could get into black's camp on the 7th rank. That's really a strong location for a rook.
Black doesn't have enough compensation for the sacrifice exchange. There's no... I mean, the white king can basically hide behind this pawn. This f4 pawn can be used as a shield to hide the king.
Very instructive. Mehmet, what does the Norway Chess Evaluation Bar think of the chances of Vincent?
For Vincent, it's basically now at 89% winning chances for white here. I mean, it's just, yeah, like the exchanging the bishops. Normally, black's bishop is the bad one. White bishop is the better one, because black's bishop is, you know, looking at its own pawns. However, here, simplifying the position, because white is up on material. And when one side is up on material, it's usually a good idea to exchange pieces, because that brings you closer to the end of the game. And you can collect the remaining pawns with the extra rook more easily and basically win the game. And here, really, for Alireza, it's just 10%. It's giving 10% to save a draw from this position. It's really, it really looks very, very dim.
And by the way, Divya Deshmukh, in that game that we were just analyzing, has resigned. The game went to such a lost position that the Indian rising star said, there is no way out of this. She resigns against Jiner. I wonder if we have the final moments from that game to show how the game finished. What were the final moves? These are the final moments from Divya's game. You can see the frustration, the disappointment. She knows that the game didn't go her way. And after the rook captured her pawn on the king side, she resigns in an endgame that was already completely winning for black. Jiner takes a really important 3-point here by winning in Classical, and is now in 2nd place right behind Bibisara.
Incredible, really. I mean, two wins in a row like this is just unbelievable. What a comeback from her.
Yeah, Jiner taking down the day before yesterday the reigning women's world champion Wenjun, and today she beats Divya Deshmukh. Huge result for
currently in 2nd place.
2nd place indeed. This is a huge turnaround of events in Norway Chess Women, but Divya a few rounds ago was the tournament leader.
Exactly.
Let's head back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what we have still underway, because we are preparing for an Armageddon between Humpy and Wenjun. But in Norway Chess, all the games are still underway in classical chess. When you look at those 3 boards, Aryan, quick update on everything. And by the way, before we have a quick update, we have an interview with the winner of this crucial game, Divya against Jiner. Over to you, Zhu.
Can you please tell us how your game went?
I think I was a bit worse in the opening because my pawn structure is not so well. But I have some initiative, so yeah, it's a complicated position, and I think she played interesting idea 95, and yeah, I think I defend well and I got a good endgame, and yeah, and later I won.
She had really low time on the clock. Was that also one of the factors that you won the game?
I think maybe because in the endgame, I'm not sure if she plays on knight f4 instead of knight b6 and then knight d3. I think black it's good, but I'm not sure if it's winning.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
A very important win for Jiner against Divya Deshmukh today. Now Jiner, the Chinese rising star, is in second place in Norway Chess Women. And let's take a look at the ongoing game. Since we mentioned we are preparing for an Armageddon between Humpy, Koneru and Wenjun in Norway Chess Women, but all the other games, the 3 games in Norway Chess, are still underway. I would love to see all of the boards together so we can compare how the chances are, how is the situation for everybody when it comes to the bird's eye view, and taking a look at round 9, the penultimate day here in Oslo. The top row, all Norway chess games in classical, are still on their way. Aryan, quick update on those 3 games and where should we go next?
We haven't mentioned the game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen for a while, so I think we can briefly go to that game before we go to one of the decisive ones.
Sure. Before we dive in, though, would you be able to update the viewers if they haven't seen before? What's the Vincent Alireza and the Gukesh Pragg game looking like in terms of the chances of the players? Who is better?
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, Vincent Keymer is about to win against Alireza Firouzja, has a winning position, and Praggnanandhaa is completely winning against Gukesh. So I think that game is probably going to be the first game to finish.
Then we need to hurry up, going to Magnus and then back to Gukesh and Pragg.
Yeah. No, I just
everything is happening all at once. You are right, Aryan.
Mention very quickly
that.
That's
a frustrated Magnus too. He doesn't
look
too thrilled.
He's been trying really hard to find some chances to play for a win, but Wesley has just played very, very precise in this endgame. It's been a bit back and forth the last few moves, but material is equal, and both sides don't really have any weaknesses. So Magnus is trying to reroute his knight there to put some pressure on this pawn. So I would say if anyone is playing for a win, it's Magnus. But
Magnus had a time advantage, but now it completely evaporated.
Yeah, the reason for that is that Wesley is just...
And by the way, guys, we do have a result in the game between the 2 Indian Grandmasters. So let's rewind and replay the final moments in the game between the world champion Gukesh D, and that was his final move. Gukesh D resigns against Praggnanandhaa, who performs a hat trick by winning his 3rd classical game in a row. Praggnanandhaa beat Magnus Carlsen in the previous round, and before that, Alireza Firouzja. Today, he takes down Gukesh D, and with this win, Pragg is right now the leader of Norway chess, right ahead of Wesley So.
Wow.
That's huge. That's incredibly... I don't know if a hat trick has ever been done in Norway chess.
Funny, maybe Magnus, but even then, three in a row is a lot of wins against the best players in the world. This is the strongest classical tournament of the year, and Praggnanandhaa, 20-year-old Indian star, just beat back-to-back 3 of the best players in the world.
He's in fire.
He's absolutely on fire and is the tournament leader right now. Depending on today's result, Wesley might be tying for first place with Pragg or getting ahead of him, but he has to score in this game against Magnus.
Absolutely. I mean, especially after 2 losses, Praggnanandhaa came back like
huge
incredible.
comeback, yeah. And we do have a handshake here. Meaning that with this draw in classical between Wesley and Magnus, the game will be decided in Armageddon. The players will have about 10 minutes of a break, and when they are back, it will be a faster time control. Wesley having 10 minutes, Magnus 7 minutes only, but in case of a draw, it will favor Magnus Carlsen. So the game will be decided in Armageddon, giving Wesley So 15 points, the same amount of points as Praggnanandhaa. If Wesley wins in Armageddon, he's going to be the sole leader. If he loses the Armageddon, then there's a shared first between Wesley and Pragg, both of them on 15 points. And this game is so crucial for the top standings as well, because Alireza could still bounce ahead of all of the players, but he has to win this game. And it doesn't look like he's got much of a chance to win, Aryan.
Yeah, it's Vincent has been taking quite a bit of time on the last move. He's thinking about where to put his rook. There is some very funny tactical motives in the position, because I think Vincent is worried that if he moves the rook to this square, Black might try to activate his queen, come down here and give some nasty checks. But White has a really, really beautiful move here, hopping up with his knight to this square, defending the White rook and also stopping this check. So I think if Vincent sees this move, it's basically just over, because like Black cannot take the knight as White wins the Black queen.
Beautiful. Now the queen sees the rook. You couldn't go there before, but now that the pawn moved away from the middle of the board, actually the queen's diagonal opens up. That's very beautiful.
I mean, it really seems like this is what Alireza is playing for. I mean, it's the only threat you can make in the White position, and this one is just really strong. And as far as I can see, it just wins on the spot. Like if you try to attack the Black rook, I'll make this move. And it's yeah, it's just curtains. You're hitting the queen, the bishop, and you're hitting the whole house basically.
Can you show what happens after queen captures rook? It's so pretty.
Yeah, it's really forked down
Simon, you
here.
saw it. I saw that you saw it.
Yes, I saw it. The viewer saw it. I hope so. But yeah, it's a beautiful fork, forking the queen and the king.
Yeah, that's that's really a beauty. So let's see if
always look for tactics. You're gonna improve so much.
But the more he thinks, the harder it is to find it. Actually, like this is one of those things that you should if you don't see
he's
it.
about to move, and he moves the rook not exactly to the square that Aryan was showing.
Good,
still similar.
Good.
Is it similar?
It's still very good, very safe. I mean, if Black tries to activate the queen now, you can just play the simple queen back to defense. And if we trade off the queens, there is absolutely no attack on the White king.
Alireza moves his queen to another square, closer to the king.
Yeah, Alireza has to play fast. He only has 3 minutes.
And what is the best move in this position?
Actually, pushing the pawn is very strong here. You're getting access to this square potentially with a white knight, and I mean it's kind of like only threat Black can make is to try to activate here. But it doesn't seem like a perpetual though, as White can capture the bishop and then perhaps run away. Let's see what happens.
Vincent bring back the knight.
Yeah, it's also a pretty good move. Basically, as long as Black is not able to activate his queen, White is in control here. And the Black queen has to keep an eye on the bishop. Can try this move now, but if the knight lands on this square, the White king is super safe, as you're basically protecting from all potential checks from the Black queen. And yeah, the knight just does a fantastic job. Like there's no moves for Black suddenly.
Feels like Vincent is restricting the Black knight as well. It cannot move.
So it's a very unpleasant move to face in time trouble for Alireza, because he's not like threatening something or just a very sort of like innocent looking move, and now Alireza has to think about how to react. It doesn't have very difficult to find a plan.
1 minute 45 seconds for Alireza.
He's pushing his pawn, the F pawn. And we're gonna gather some help here with the commentary as well. Pragg, congratulations on winning again 3 games in a row in classical chess against some of the best players in the world, 2 of them with the black pieces. Tell us about today's game against Gukesh.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm quite proud about this game, honestly. Because this is how I usually lose to him. He does some weird creative stuff, and I end up overthinking and somehow doing something myself and losing. So I thought I managed my time well, and I was also calculating well. So yeah, I thought it was a good game overall.
Huge win for you after beating Alireza, Firouzja, then Magnus, Carlsen, and now Gukesh. You are in the lead of the tournament.
Yeah, okay.
Did you realize that you are leading?
Wesley, I don't know what happened to Wesley.
It was a draw, so they will play the Armageddon soon.
Yeah, so if he wins, he's still like half a point ahead. But no, I'm more happy that I'm still in the race because 3 days back I was fighting for the last spot, and now I have a chance at fighting. So I'll take it.
How did you recover from the 2 losses? Because you went from what you mentioned, the being at the bottom of the standings after having lost 2 games to then winning 3 games in a row in classical chess, and now leading the tournament, shared first.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't do anything specific. I was just I felt I played well in this tournament. I mean, there were like a couple of positions I could have probably. I mean, even game against Gukesh. When I was playing with White, I was just winning. I outplayed him, and then I messed up in time trouble. So there were like few games where I could have, converted and could have had more points. So I thought I was playing well. I just had to. I had to try and keep some time in reserve.
By the way, tomorrow your opponent is Vincent Keymer, who is still playing. Now, if we could have your thoughts on his game today against Alireza, Firouzja. We were analyzing that game just before you arrived. If we could have your insights on the current position. And we see that the standings, Wesley and yourself on 15 points. Wesley's Armageddon game will start shortly, but this is still the classical game between Vincent Keymer and Alireza, Firouzja. How do you see this situation right now?
Honestly, I have no clue, but feels like White should be winning because just up an exchange, but he also has like a few minutes more, so but I don't know, it's just complicated, like some queen.
Can you push e5 here?
Yeah, e5, I don't know, I don't want to do it, but I guess it's possible. Like I just don't see anything wrong with that.
He's thinking a lot, Vincent Keymer, down to 4 minutes now, so he's catching up on Alireza on the clock.
Yeah, e5, bishop e7, like it's not really clear like how you progress. I mean, of course it's great, like black doesn't have a single move, but still.
Maybe just like push b4.
Yeah, b4, and you just. Yeah, I think Vincent should win this.
Yeah, it's true. Against Alireza, you don't want to get too low on time because Alireza is.
Yeah, it's really tricky.
Yeah. Did you believe it that you could go up in the ranking that much? Was it something that?
No, okay. You can't be thinking when you're in the last spot to like win 3 in a row against this opposition. But yeah, I mean, in general, I am someone like I want to fight every game. Wait, that's the evil bar?
No,
ignore
it's
it.
fake.
We're actually gonna remove it.
Okay.
It's catching up. It's processing. It's
it takes
jumping up and down.
Seconds before it processes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just taking one game at a time. It's like you can't really think ahead. Like to win one game here, it's so difficult that you can't really like calculate. Okay, I'll do this. I'll do that. I think one good thing was I was just fighting in every game. So.
Yeah.
Tense moment here as Vincent is getting also lower and lower on time.
Knight does a fantastic job. Like he's just blocking all the possible checks.
He's bringing his rook back. Is it with the idea to bring the rook to the d file now?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this. Like I don't know. I saw a few moments back. It felt like Alireza was just completely like it's over. But now it's still continuing, and like in this time control, when it's not over, by the time you get to seconds, then it's basically anyone's.
Yeah. Also, you get so nervous, right? When you're on seconds, it's hard to keep control.
Yeah, it's not easy to adjust from playing classical to basically playing rapid.
Alireza seems to be getting nervous too. He's down to his final minute and 7 seconds.
Do you feel this 10-second increment is very different than 30 seconds in time travel?
For sure. I mean, 10 seconds is nothing. Basically, you take 2 seconds to make a move. And then, like, there is maybe like 7 seconds to think. Like, that's basically it. Like, you can't really see anything. To see options, it will take that much time. So
You're basically blitzing at the end. You're like,
yeah. I think there's also a difference because we are all like used to playing all these rapid tournaments online. You can pre-move there and here you can't, and you have, like, every time you actually lose some seconds playing. Yeah, I actually feel like Alireza is fighting, yeah, because yeah, you just get the queen in somehow, like some rook d3, queen a4, or some weird stuff.
Vincent seems to get pretty nervous right now, spending time, and he's not being able to put him away.
Yeah, if you don't see a direct way, it's always annoying. Like,
He's bringing the rook to the d5.
yeah, I guess queen
attacking the
a4
black
is
queen.
coming. I mean, maybe practically you go like queen c1, but it's not something you want like from like few moves back.
Queen c1, put b3, and then go back.
Yeah, I guess that's what he's gonna do.
He's reaching for the queen. Yeah, the queen is back indeed on the back rank to prepare for the pawn push on the queen side. Guarding the c pawn and getting ready to push b3.
Maybe put like this, just keep.
Yeah, I guess
protect everything.
Yeah, it looks nice for black. Maybe go queen e8. Yeah, that's nice.
And the Norway Chess evaluation bar, I'm really curious how it compares to what the computer was saying. Actually, the Norway Chess evaluation bar says it's 78% chance for Vincent to win, 21% chance it gives for a draw, and no chance for Alireza to win this
now
game.
Now 94 is not worried, huh?
Maybe he's just gonna go like this.
Queen f4, yeah.
Just take back.
Yeah, there's nothing, yeah.
It's giving Vincent such a huge chance to win, but it looks practically more difficult from the way you're analyzing that it's not that obvious how can White make progress.
But I still think he's in control because for me it looks very difficult for Black to make a single threat.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's just no counterplay for Black. He just has to sit and Vincent can do whatever he wants. Yeah, like queen f4, knight g4 next, it's probably just going to be over.
Yeah, like the White king is actually very safe.
20 seconds left for Alireza Firouzja. He has to make a move. The increment is only 10 seconds. He's down to 15 seconds. Can we go on full screen? Because he's not making him go move and he's down to his final 12 seconds. He pushes
yeah, now
his
it should
pawn.
be over. Yeah, a4 is like...
such a nice move to make, yeah?
Such a classic...
10 seconds now for Alireza. The pawn has been stopped on the queen side. No counterplay. He's moving his king up to g7.
Queen f4, queen e8, I guess, he wants. And then some queen h8, queen h1 ideas. I like queen d2, maybe threatening
Rook
some
d7,
d7,
huh?
yeah.
Yeah, if you get the rook on d7, Black gets paralyzed, it seems.
But that's the thing, it was there like few moves back, yeah, we got it back.
And he's going to the f5 with the queen.
Yeah, you'll go queen e8, I think.
Alireza is going to the b file instead with the queen on the 7th rank.
Trying to stop rook d7, but queen b7 not making a threat.
Maybe knight, I don't know what he wants, knight g4, no, it's not really. Yeah, it's not clear what he wants after knight g4.
Maybe you can try to get this in time. But I guess there's knight f7 there.
Vincent Keymer down to his final minute and a half. Alireza on 17 seconds. This is the final stage of the game with the time scramble.
Oh.
He's activating his knight.
That was a long time since he activated his knight.
Yeah, that knight was sitting there for a long time, chilling.
So if Black tries to activate the queen right now with pushing that...
Yeah, you just take back, I just don't see. Maybe
take with a knight, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe queen c8 or something now. I don't know why he's staying in this diagonal, like... Yeah, knight f6, I just don't see what point.
I guess knight f6, he wants to try knight f7. But I mean, you probably can even
Has
go
to
rook
be
to
over,
7.
yeah, somehow,
Rook,
like-
rook to 7, yeah?
He does play
Yeah.
the move that Aryan was
Rook to 7
saying.
is just
The
over.
knight
this
jumps
looks bad.
into black's camp, threatening to bring the rook into the game. Alireza
Yeah,
comes back with the knight, but
he's giving up.
He knows that this is really tough already.
Rook to 7.
Rook is on king f8 is still have to like finish it off.
Will Vincent activate his rook and get into the 7th rank?
I think the simplest is probably like rook f3, knight e5, knight e8, king g8. Yeah, it's okay.
Vincent calculating what's the finish, where's the kill, how to convert this into a full point. That is 3 points in classical if you win.
Yeah, I'm always annoyed when in such situations. Like, you know it's over.
But you don't find a knockout?
You and your opponent, like, body language looks like it's over, but you still, like, don't see it. Yeah.
30 seconds left for Vincent and he has to find a way. He's just moving his king up toward the pawn.
Wait. Some g5s?
G5, yeah?
No, wait, g5.
Alireza is
Okay, I
playing
don't
your
like
move
king
indeed.
f2. I don't like king f2 at all.
Was it too slow? They didn't do much.
No, I just thought there's just no threat. Like, I don't want to go down on time, but now, okay, you have to start calculating.
Yeah, Alireza seems a bit more hopeful now with
Yeah,
the
now,
language.
yeah, now he's
diving in.
Rolling up the sleeve, both of them really low on time. This could be anyone's game still. Vincent could actually lose it if he messes up here.
King f2 was
the
a very...
Queen g3 maybe, yeah? Yeah, queen h2 is also nice. But takes and king g6, rook f3, queen e4, like, okay, no, this I don't like.
Alireza is taking the knight indeed.
Yeah,
And now
king
he's moving
g6,
up
rook
with his
f3, queen
king.
e4, yeah? No, now it even like it could be like objectively also holdable or something. Like it's just...
And Vincent is going much lower on time now. Alireza suddenly with the time advantage.
Saying it's...
Yeah, but like queen... Yeah, okay.
Queen to the back rank.
Knight h6.
I mean, black might even also win this game.
Yeah, it can
Crazy.
just backfire so badly, like it...
Like just one careless move shifted everything.
G4 is also there. G4, queen g8? No.
Yeah, but maybe just queen e4 now, yeah? Show the... Because the knight does an excellent job protecting
4
the black.
seconds left for Alireza. He's moving the knight to the edge of the board to guard the
Queen
square,
e4,
the
there was
check.
queen g8.
Okay, our board is...
Vincent captures the black pawn.
Okay, maybe he's still winning probably.
Knight f5.
The knight is giving a check.
Oh, he just wants to take the pawn, I guess. Yeah, okay, if you... take
Yeah, actually,
it-
suddenly the black king is very safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Pawn and crazy turnaround.
No, wait.
The Norway Chess is still giving good chances to Vincent, but he's down to his final seconds. The pawn is captured now by
Queen e5?
Alireza's knight. The queen attacking
But there is just
the knight.
nothing, yeah? Like, you can move the knight anywhere. Knight h5,
Even knight h5, knight f4,
yeah.
Knight h5, knight f4.
Yeah.
He's going there. He's going to the edge to then jump
No,
closer
oh
to the white king.
It's almost easier to play for black.
Yeah, yeah.
The Norway Chess is
Especially,
saying
like, the
51% draw,
momentum
but
is-
this is anyone's game. They are down to their final 20 seconds.
This reminds me of a blitz game I played against Alireza where I managed to lose with a rook up for nothing. Like literally nothing, and I managed to lose. So he's always tricky in these time scrambles.
Apparently, queen to 7 was the only move we found.
Wow.
Queen check now by Vincent.
I wouldn't be so sure. Like you allow check and some rook d3. Something. Yeah, just go back.
8 seconds for Alireza. Where will he go
Yes.
with the king? Going to the edge of the board with 4 seconds left on the clock.
Wow.
The rook is attacking the black queen. Queen check.
Apparently, rook h3, pinning the black knight was very important.
Yeah, okay, this...
As
Like,
now
it's
the knight gets to
difficult on this
f4. Once the knight gets to f4, it seems like black is safe.
Yeah.
Where will the king go?
But maybe now it's time to like run with the king somehow. Yeah. Yeah, knight on f4, queen on f6, like you just stop everything.
And it's happening. He's reaching for the knight. It's a beautiful location for black's knight. Attacking the white rook as well.
Rook d2 maybe you try.
Vincent
rook
is
d2.
Vincent is channeling his stress with that fidget, that
Fidgeting with the pawn indeed, and he made the move with 5 seconds. He is nervous, Simon, you're right. He's very nervous. 11 seconds for Vincent, but he's losing the thread of the
Maybe
game.
queen h1 now?
Rook coming back to try to get a check.
I think Alireza is already smelling some blood there.
You think black can maybe win this?
It can happen. Like you're with white, you're still in this zone, like
in the shock. Yeah?
Like you're still playing for win. Yeah, like just 2 minutes back, you were like winning. So
black is better now. Alireza might win.
Yeah.
Black's position is objectively better, and Vincent down to his final 4 seconds. He's giving a check now with the queen. Will he try to repeat moves?
No, he's playing.
Alireza
Black is
doesn't
winning.
want to.
Black is currently winning.
Alireza, and he knows it. Vincent's shaking his head. He knows it. He had a winning position earlier. He had the conversion right on the board, and he didn't find it.
He's shaking. You can't look at his hand.
10 seconds for Vincent, and he cannot believe it.
It's crazy time control, yeah?
Yeah.
Alireza Firouzja coming back from the dead, and now he has a better position and more time as well.
I still think somehow it'll end in a draw. Like, yeah, black is better, but you still have to somehow convert it. And with this king, like on f6, there's always some checks here and there, which can lead to some perpetual.
Alireza also cannot find the move. He's taking the pawn with a check now.
Just run with the king probably, yeah? King c1.
The queen blocking.
Apparently just give a check and push the pawn now is...
Yeah, looks great for black.
Is gone for Vincent. I mean, psychologically so tough to play after being completely winning. And
5 seconds for Alireza.
4, 3. He's trading queens with 2 seconds on the clock.
Was it a good move?
No, not really.
I think it's probably a draw, but practically you take away the risk factor and you're just... Wait, rook b2, you have to go, I guess. Oh, no, rook b2 93, yeah?
Move. Rook c3 is
Yeah, rook c3 probably have to go play. Yeah, I think you'll find rook c3.
To fight the pawn,
he has some time, yeah.
Yeah, you can't really allow king to g4.
Yeah, once the pawn gets to g2, you get some squares for your king.
Yeah, rook c3, g2, rook g3.
Found it.
He's playing that rook move indeed that Pragg was talking about, and now the rook is coming from behind, stopping the passed pawn.
But still looks like...
Oh, black is seen as...
Black's pieces are so active, and the
King
passed
f2 is
pawn
probably...
supported by the knight.
King f2, then king d4, d5 looks...
King f2, g1, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's
rook
really
is
good.
attacking the knight, and there are always tactics with the knight fork that Aryan was mentioning. The king is getting activated. Such an active location for both the black king and the knight.
Still not easy to hold, no?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. Like king f2.
e5.
You have to play some... You have to try and get a pawn maybe.
It's happening indeed. The line that both of you were mentioning. Rook to the back rank by Vincent.
Yeah, okay. It's just... Yeah, I have no
But
idea.
the queenside pawns are falling
I
as
would
well.
say that...
King f3 is the only move now. Only move to not lose.
Yeah, e4 and it's
He
over, I
didn't
think.
find it. He could not find it with such low time.
Yeah, e4 is gone now. 2 passers.
The second
White is
pass
not
one
in
of
time to
Alireza
take
could
the
decide the game. Will he
A pawn.
find it? He's pushing it. That's the winning move. He found it and he nearly has 1 minute on the clock now after gaining time.
Turnarounds.
It's not fair for Keymer to be low on time against Alireza.
It's been really hard for him in the time scramble. It completely turned around the game. 10 seconds left for Vincent and he's so nervous. He's giving a check.
Just king c4, yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah,
Vincent knows.
King c4 and it's three passed pawns.
Yes, too many pass pawns, and Vincent knows that he messed up this game where he had a winning position earlier and more time on the clock.
Ouch.
How is it still over?
Vincent is trying his best to somehow make a comeback in this game by attacking the E pass pawn of Alireza.
Yeah, still it's not completely over. You have to calculate somehow.
Alireza is using his time to calculate how to convert this. Will he come back with the king to support the pawn? He's doing so. And after the check, he might block.
Give up the G pawn, run with the C pawn maybe.
Yeah, at some point I think you have to like give up both E4 and G4, like some King C3, Rook E8.
I think
it's go like C4 or something.
I think he's calculating knight D5 now.
Knight D5, I won't be so sure
8
because you're
seconds
also
for
like
Alireza.
going
He's
to the
moving
pin.
the king with 5 seconds. But now they are repeating moves. The rook is again attacking the pawn.
King.
Yeah, maybe now you can push.
4 seconds for Alireza. He's coming back with the king. They don't know where to put it. He made a move in 2 seconds. Now he's getting another check. It's the same position if he keeps repeating. He's blocking with the knight.
Is this winning?
Pushing his C pass
No,
pawn.
this I'm not sure. Like you get the king to E2, yeah, somehow.
Wow.
Yeah, what a game, yeah.
Complete turnaround of events. It has been a roller coaster.
Okay, I can't really comment because I think every game of mine was something like this.
I guess draw is a fair result in the end. Yeah? Now Rook E8 only move to not lose.
I wouldn't mind a draw.
Sorry?
I wouldn't mind a draw.
Rook E8 only move to not lose.
Only move for
Probably gonna
Vincent.
find it.
Really?
I don't know.
So he has to attack one of the pass pawns of black. He has to find a rook move.
Yeah, but I think it's findable here.
Rook E8, E3?
And then, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it's not clear like how you save it. Like it's
Very Rook D8 is a Zugzwang there.
Okay.
This is such a difficult
give up,
game
yeah.
to hold with no time and having to find a really precise sequence of moves. Everyone is watching this game, including Magnus Carlsen before
don't
his
think-
Armageddon against Wesley.
I don't think they want to play Armageddon now. They just want to look at this game.
No one wants to play the Armageddon. Everyone is in the spectator seat here with the rook check, king getting closer, supporting the pass pawn.
Wow. You have to give the check now.
Yeah, check King A4, King D3 or something. Like you
Yeah,
can sort of
it's stuck,
understand
yeah?
something, but yeah, it's very easy to
Yeah,
say
Rook
from
B8,
here.
knight before you're in time to take the pawn, it seems.
Yeah, because yeah, you can't allow C2, no? Yes, played.
Rook check.
Okay, maybe he's holding now, somehow.
So you want to cut the king, I guess, if he takes the pawn, and
Yeah,
he's gonna be luck there forever.
The black king gets stuck.
Okay.
No, I also feel that they probably will play better if it was a rapid game. Because it's classical, it's just so hard to adjust from classical. Like playing, you're not you have to suddenly switch to playing rapid, which is not easy.
8 seconds for Alireza. He has to make a move. 6, 5, 4. He's taking the pawn with 3 seconds on the clock.
So you mean like your brain is not used to it because you're so used to thinking and
Yeah. I mean, I think at
4
this point you have to
seconds.
anticipate
Alireza cannot
it.
find a move. He's
but,
pushing. Sorry, guys, but he was about to flag again. He's pushing his pass pawn.
Take knight before, huh?
Maybe a good try.
Yes. I'm still not sure how it's a draw.
Alireza
But then rook a8, I guess. It's probably like cleanest, yeah?
You get stuck, yeah?
And then you are like, you have to tight for this pawn.
Vincent is taking the pass pawn. Now the knight is coming to the queen's side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a draw. No.
That's an accurate move by Vincent to make sure that the black king cannot be activated.
Incredible game.
8 seconds for Alireza. He's bringing the king back. And the rook attacking the other pass pawn now.
Yeah, now it's a draw.
What a game this has been. They both had winning chances, and now it's a draw. Alireza, Firouzja, and Vincent, look at the smile, the laugh. They know this game had it all. A roller coaster of emotions. They were both winning and losing at the same time, and the two will have to fight it out in Armageddon in about 10 minutes' time. While Magnus Carlsen and Wesley so didn't start their Armageddon games instead.
wow, what a game!
Pragg, your thoughts on what we have witnessed and the back and forth in this game?
Yeah, it was just a crazy game. I've had these games here already. Yeah, it's just difficult when you are down to seconds.
And with this drawing classical, it means that you are ahead of Alireza for sure, even if he wins the Armageddon. And Wesley's Armageddon will decide whether you are shared first or if you are half a point behind the 3-time American champion. I think that Armageddon has just started, if the players actually started the Armageddon, because they didn't want to. They just wanted to watch this game. I wonder if they actually started. They have. And Pragg, thank you so much for joining us and commentating on this game. You joined us, and this was actually the final moment in your compatriots' game, Humpy Koneru, in her Armageddon against Wenjun. She went down to 2 seconds with the white pieces here, pushing her pawns.
Maybe it's winning, yeah? You push to b7 and then... Wow.
The pass pawns were being pushed. She's trying to get there with the king.
I know, you should have pushed
the bishop
b5.
got knocked down and Wenjun almost lost on time. Repeating moves there, but draw favors black in Armageddon.
Yeah,
And
b7
resigns.
and then get the king, you're probably winning. I know, but then still king has something. Else.
Pragg.
Okay.
Congratulations again on the hat trick, and congratulations on your incredible play. Good luck for the final round. And we will now go over to Wenjun, who has just won this Armageddon game against Humpy Koneru.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pragg.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, I forgot.
Wenjun, please share with us what happened in the classical game as well as Armageddon.
I think in endgame it should be equal for black, and in Armageddon actually she had like a huge advantage. I mean, in general it is very likely for her to win, but I was lucky.
During the game, have you followed also other games which were going on, especially Bibisara? I mean, she played the draw with clinching the first place. Do you still have in mind, that the first place is taken, trying to get the next one?
I am more focused on my game, and I saw them draw, so I think okay, my game is still on, so I will try to play well in my next game.
Wish you best of luck for tomorrow final round. Thank you. Wesley, well, it was a very tough game. Tell us, what happened, because it felt like you were under huge pressure.
Yeah, I'm not sure how bad it is. But yeah, Magnus played really well today. It was a classic pressure, long-term pressure. I was actually very happy. I thought I had a good position. But first of all, the opening was quite stupid because I didn't play d4 first move because I was worried to go to the King's Indian, where he's very experienced. But maybe I should have gone for it. But I was preparing this bishop g5 Najdorf on move 6. But in the middle of my preparation, I changed my mind. It's never a good idea because you're just wasting your time. So I decided to play bishop e3 instead. And then, yeah, bishop e6 wasn't in my file. Then I doubled his pawns. I thought white's supposed to be better. But then he gets a game. And I decided to trade queens early on with queen c4. But Magnus kept pushing and pushing and grinding. And yeah, I'm not sure how bad the position for white is. I don't think white should be worse in the endgame. But yeah, I have no clue what was going on when. But yeah, Magnus played really well today. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for a win. I think I defended well in the end. I didn't see any way for him to. But it was very tiring for sure, not what I was looking for. Yeah.
And final question before you go to Armageddon. Do you follow other matches? Do you have some calculation happening in your head during the game, in terms of the leaderboard?
Yeah, hard not to follow the matches when there's two large screens. Yeah, so you actually, you can watch it more than you watch your own game. But yeah, for sure, I know Pragg won 3 in a row. Oh, so he got 9 points out of the last 3 games, which is really insane. I don't know. I don't know what, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what he did to. But I'm also honestly surprised at how Gukesh is playing. I think Gukesh is a really powerful, really strong player. I'm not sure why he's losing so many games this year. But yeah, I wish Gukesh will recover. But obviously, if someone is throwing points on the classical, then what you get is a lot of players with high points, and then Gukesh in the bottom. So which was I had no idea that Gukesh would lose with white. But okay, for him, the most important thing is to defend his title in November. These are all just distractions. But yeah, for sure. I mean, Pragg is insane. I mean, if Pragg wins again tomorrow, then
on the classical, then for sure he deserves this tournament because he beat Magnus 2-0 and he won 3 classical games in a row, which is really unheard of. So congrats to Pragg.
We'll let you focus on the Armageddon. Looking forward to the match against Magnus.
I look forward to it. So.
Wesley so congratulating Pragg on the hat trick, and he says that if Pragg wins tomorrow, he deserves the win, and that's Wesley, so the tournament leader, saying all these praises about Pragg. Wesley here with the white pieces is in his Armageddon game already against Magnus Carlsen, so let's catch up again. Wesley, white pieces, he started with 3 extra minutes. Magnus Carlsen, less time, but he has draw odds in the Armageddon. Aryan, what's the current position like?
Yeah, Magnus is actually under quite some pressure here. I mean, you see that his knight on the edge of the board is struggling, so Wesley has a nice advantage. Time situation currently, Wesley 6 minutes against 4. That knight move looks very strange, but it's actually the best move because the knight has to get back to a normal square. If black would castle there, the knight would almost get trapped. So, but yeah, I don't like Magnus's position. I mean, Wesley has castled long. I mean, he has his pieces on good squares, and looks very unpleasant for black.
So did Wesley take the pawn? I think our board is just trying to catch up with the quick moves there on the king's side.
Yeah, it seemed like he took.
I thought he took. We could check it on the full camera, what
Maybe
exactly happened. We had lost control of our board for a moment. Wesley has traded pawns on the on the king's side, opening up the h file for his
Wesley
rook.
should push his pawn on the right side 2 squares up, and has a really nice initiative right now. If he pushes f2 to f4, because when your opponent's king is in the center, you want to open up the position. And it's very tough for Magnus to get his king to safety.
I think he's certainly considering it. He's sensing the moment because white has already castled, and as you pointed out, black's king is stuck in the middle. You need to open up the position ASAP. Oh, he's pushing the pawn, but a bit slower. He's preparing to push the f-pawn.
Not the best, actually, because now Magnus can move his knight backwards and castle queenside. Still a bit better for Wesley, but losing a bit of momentum right now.
And Magnus is offering a rook trade instead of bringing the knight back. So he might want to take that rook with the king and walk all the way to the queen side. Wesley is now pushing the pawn. This is the move that Aryan suggested earlier.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant for black because the king is stuck in the center. He had to try to castle along there, Magnus.
Now should you take with the rook or the rook?
He takes with the rook, he had the queen and the king as well, but this was the most active. And Magnus is just not castling, he's just walking his king under his pawn.
Trying to get into safety.
He couldn't castle because of that bishop on the light square diagonal, so instead he's what we call here is he's castling manually. He's walking the king to where the king would be after castling, more or less.
Yeah.
Actually interesting. I mean, if the king lands on this dark square on the right side, it's not... Wesley kind of needs to strike now, otherwise it gets too late. Maybe... I think if Wesley pushes his pawn up, Magnus is going to try to build a fortress, pushing his pawn to the dark square right now.
To block the pawn of Wesley.
That's a very important move. I think he's going to play that, otherwise Wesley's pawn gets there.
Yeah, if Wesley can push the pawn further, it will attack the knight, and then he'll have a fork with the pawn attacking the queen and giving a check at the same time. So Magnus cannot allow that. Magnus is taking his time how to deal with the threat of the pawn push. He's pushing his h-pawn on the side of the board, guarding the square where Wesley wanted to push his pawn.
Yeah, I think Wesley's gonna capture that pawn now in front of black's king.
He's moving his bishop in, tying the black knight down, because in that case the rook would enter on the 7th rank and win the black queen.
I think Magnus should still put his pawn on the dark square and try to build up a fortress.
He's offering a rook trade indeed. Simon, how do you see the chances here? Do you think Magnus will hold this? He only needs a draw in Armageddon.
I think he's doing pretty good on the time. They're just 1 minute up for Wesley, so Magnus played really fast at the beginning, tried to get the advantage on the time, and well, let's see if that works out.
Good point that his time disadvantage is almost fully gone. He started
Yeah.
with 3 minutes less,
Still,
and now it's very close.
It's still some dangerous ideas for white here.
Ooh, the
In
double
play.
attack
The
with
double
the queen.
attack, yeah. So Magnus has to look up for that. I guess now you can actually double defend with.
Double attack, double defense. And it's indeed happening. The queen attacks. Now the black queen defends both of the pawns that white attacked. That knight is looking a bit awkward next to the black king. At the same time, Magnus will try to activate it when he can, when he gets a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to put pressure on that bishop.
And exactly that's what he's doing. The bishop comes back immediately. Magnus proceeds with a rook move on the 6th rank.
Magnus has said before that he doesn't believe in fortresses, but he's going for one right now, it seems.
Wesley's pushing on the queen side now, gaining space. Magnus says, I'm gonna block you. No further pushes there. Oh, the white queen might try to infiltrate black's camp on the queen side.
That's what he's trying to do. I think Magnus is going to try to... His knight is currently struggling on the last rank, so he really wants to activate that one, but it's getting very tense here. Wesley's going to go for the queen side pawns, and I think Magnus perhaps has to give them up and try to activate his knight. Looking up there to see the move number. They're currently on move 29. 29.
Yeah, they need to make it to move 40 to start getting increment. Even the increment is only 1 second. It's not much, but it's better than 0. At the moment, there is no increment. Look at the expressions of Magnus's face, the hand gesture. Simon, what does that tell us?
Yeah, he's not happy with the position. And look at that white bishop. It's doing such a great job protecting the D5.
Not looking great. I mean, he's going to lose the pawn now, Magnus.
Yeah.
He does look pretty disappointed about these final pair of moves and how the position is now better for white. Will Wesley take the pawn, the B pawn?
Take the pawn. He always has this resource of putting the bishop on this square.
It's capturing the pawn indeed, and that's pinning the black knight. The bishop coming back to the central square, as Aryan highlighted, is looking strong. Magnus Carlsen down to his final minute. There is no increment until move 40 is completed.
1 minute.
Maybe Magnus will try for the queen trade.
He is offering a queen trade indeed. And pawn check by Wesley.
Wow.
The king steps out. It's a winning position for the American champion, 3-time American champion, current tournament leader, but can he convert it?
Yeah, really precise play by Wesley. He's playing amazing chess. That pawn push was incredible. Like, black couldn't take it because he would lose material.
Another queen is coming through the back rank to attack the black king. Magnus
Threatening
Carlsen is in
checkmate.
trouble.
He's threatening checkmate right now. Magnus cannot take the white bishop as the queen will move to this square and checkmate will follow.
And Magnus knows it. He sees it.
In the black camp.
But can you just take the pawn with the knight?
No, actually, it's a good question, but white will go on this square now, and
Magnus takes the pawn with his knight, but it's also leading to checkmate.
this move hitting both the rook and mates.
Ouch.
And Wesley plays it immediately, and Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley so again beats Magnus Carlsen, this time in the Armageddon, and is the sole leader of Norway Chess with 1 round to go. What a game for Wesley.
What a game.
No, Wesley played an amazing game. Very, very precise. Yeah, he's trying to put up fortress there, it seemed, Magnus, but Wesley found invasion with the queen.
That was huge, the invasion, and how from then on there was no defense for Magnus, and he knew it. You could see it on his face that he knows it, but there was just nothing to do about it. What a game. The classical game, as Wesley said in his interview, Magnus was grinding, Magnus was trying, but once Wesley held the draw, and he held it well. He played well. He wasn't in trouble, but he had to defend against Magnus. He held it to a draw in classical and now takes the Armageddon, and that gives him that half a point extra ahead of Pragg. So going into the final round, Wesley So is the sole leader with 15.5 points ahead of Pragg on 15, and there's one more Armageddon game to cover today. That's between Vincent Keymer and Alireza Firouzja. That game was crazy. You are also fidgeting here with the pieces, sir.
Yeah.
I see you, Simon.
I'm losing my senses. Like everything's falling apart.
So with so many players fidgeting with pieces, including Vincent Keymer against Alireza Firouzja. Simon, your thoughts on the classical game, the roller coaster back and forth? They are about to start their Armageddon soon.
That game was a game to study, I think. That end game was, it was amazing. Like, how do you defend? How do you... End game are so tricky. And when you face Alireza in end game, it's like, what are your chances?
Yeah, that was everything. Both of them were winning and losing in the classical game. Vincent Keymer and Alireza Firouzja. They will fight it out soon in Armageddon. But before their Armageddon, we do have an interview with Wesley So, who has just beaten world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon.
Wesley, it was a very nice game played by you. Can you please tell us what happened?
Yeah, well, I had no idea what was going on the entire game. I think Magnus wasn't very motivated, and I was also quite tired from the game. So I had no idea what's going on. I thought I was better, and then I thought I was worse. I thought it's equal. But yeah, when he had the dark sword blockade, he got blundered somewhere because I thought he had a great position. But when I got bishop e6, queen h2, when he had to play queen f6, then I was very happy. And yeah, just had no clue. I think black should be completely fine. But I think Magnus, even if he won this Armageddon, it's not like it will change his tournament that much. But for me, it matters a lot. So I should thank him for the little help. Yeah.
And also, when you get the queen on a7, do you think from that moment on you had already just winning in position?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I'm winning a pawn. Yeah, no, he should have improved much earlier on. When I played a4, a5 was a mistake. After queen f2, it's very difficult for him to defend. I think black's still fine, but it's very difficult. He had a much better position earlier on. With the knight on f6, he should have found a way to keep the knight on f6. But yeah.
And Wesley, if I may ask you, there's another very important game happening, Alireza and Vincent. What is your take there?
Well, I'm just very glad Alireza didn't win the classical. Because I thought Vincent was winning. But Vincent, with little time, he loses like 1,000 rating points. So, I mean, at least Alireza didn't win the classical. Okay, of course, Vincent should have won the classical. I think he was playing so well. But it was a miracle he didn't lose in the end. But, Magnus and I were watching a game, so our game got delayed, but it was worth it. Actually, I'm pretty sure.
Why was it delayed?
Huh?
Why was your game delayed?
Well, because he wanted to watch the... Yeah, we only started when they drew. Because if Alireza won that, then our Armageddon game is not particularly that... I mean, it's still good, but it's not... I mean, if Alireza won the classical today, then he pretty much guarantees the tournament. I mean, yeah, so, I mean, so it's...
So you were dependent to watch to see.
Huh? Yeah.
You wanted to see the result.
Yeah, we have all night to play Armageddon. We want to watch Vincent play with under a minute. Who doesn't? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much to share your thoughts today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations to Wesley So winning the Armageddon against Magnus Carlsen. And indeed, they didn't want to start their Armageddon because they wanted to watch Vincent Keymer against Alireza Firouzja, that classical game that was a roller coaster. Aryan, I would love to have your thoughts on that game too and what we witnessed between Vincent and Alireza today.
Yeah, no, that was a really incredible game. I mean, so back and forth. It looked like Vincent was playing a modal game there, getting a nice advantage in the opening and keeping up with the pressure. And it looked like he was about to get the full points, had done everything right. But then in this format, like once you get low on time, anything can happen. And didn't put Alireza away, and suddenly they were both on seconds. It was back and forth. Alireza was winning. But honestly, I feel like draw was a fair result in the end, as they were both winning in that game.
They both had winning chances, and they both were losing at certain stages of the game. I think we all were saying, yeah, draw, that's fair. But what's not fair, I think, for Vincent is that he hasn't been really successful in Armageddon, Simon. He lost all of his Armageddons so far. He's doing actually really well in the tournament when it comes to the classical games. No one has beaten him, and he won against Pragg. Pragg is doing incredibly well, but Vincent beat him. So Vincent, pretty successful in classical, but lost all of his Armageddons. Will he manage to bounce back today in Armageddon and actually get the half point extra by winning?
That's going to be really difficult. Alireza is a top player for faster time control, so let's see if Keymer can... and he has to win. He got white, so he's going to have to play for a win here.
Very good point. Again, the Armageddon rules are in Norway chess the following. White starts with 10 minutes. Black only has 7 minutes at the start of the game. But in case of a draw, it counts as a win for Black. So White has to play for a win. We see very sharp opening choices, risky openings, just going all in because White has to, isn't it, Aryan?
Indeed, White has to go all in here. And the Armageddons have really not gone well for Vincent so far. He's been struggling to adjust to this new format. But let's see if he can get his first Armageddon win as they're about to start the first move.
Yeah, we are just moments away from the handshake and their second game for today. They must be so exhausted. Their game earlier, that classical game, the roller coaster, how they were both winning and losing, the nerves, the time scramble. It takes so much energy out of you, Simon.
Yeah.
And now they have to fight it out in Armageddon.
That's a big day. That's indeed a really big day for them.
This is the final game of the day, round 9, the penultimate day of Norway chess, and this is our final showdown for today.
I mean, Alireza has really been incredible in the Armageddon, so let's see if Vincent can make an upset here as he goes for the Reti opening. One of Vincent's favorite openings, a very, very positional player. And here, giving up the center for Black, but it's not as easy as it seems. Usually White will challenge it later with pushing that pawn up. And we might get a King's Indian type of position if Black pushes this pawn, which is something that is very interesting in Armageddon. You get a lot of fighting positions there. Like if Black pushes the pawn up, he's gonna move the knight away, and then later on try to go for the attack. And you want to get some imbalance in the center, and that's exactly what Vincent is going for.
We see a trade in the center instead of the pawn push, and now the queens could be traded too if Alireza wants to. He's developing his bishop, pinning the knight.
Alireza's choice makes sense here as he only needs a draw, so just trying to play very simple chess. But that can sometimes backfire when you try to play too solid and, let's say, not taking the optimal choice because you want to avoid risk. I mean,
Vincent spending a lot of time on move 8.
It's gonna develop his bishop now. I've not been the best in the world with arrows today.
It's your birthday. You can blunder anything today, Aryan. The moves, the arrows, you can do it on your birthday.
Vincent should not wait too much. This is... you don't want to get low on time with Alireza. We've seen
expecting is to develop the bishop there. Very natural. But yeah, not sure why he's taking so long. I mean, he might be thinking about challenging the black bishop, but then I think Vincent is... Sorry, Alireza is happy to take the knight and get the knight involved.
Surely this is all theory that Vincent saw before. I mean, it's not the first time that he got this position, right?
Yeah, it's possible. He didn't have much time beforehand. This it started like almost right after the classical game, so even if he had this position, it's very difficult for him to recall his old analysis.
8 minutes.
But yeah, taking more than 1 minute on a move here feels a bit too much. Like it's
too
not
slow, very slow.
Yeah, I mean it's not a fireworks position.
No, and maybe it's just also what Pragg mentioned, how it is hard to switch with a 10-second increment in the classical. That's a hard to switch kind of situation, but also hard to switch from classical to Armageddon. Just very different time to start with, very different for the increment as well. This is only move 8, and Vincent is still thinking.
Really symmetrical. Like if you move the bishop, can you pin the knight, for example, and do exactly the same thing as black?
You can. That's a move, but black is the first one to get the knight involved. Let's see what happens. Yeah, eventually goes for this bishop move. Something must have bothered Vincent. Not sure what it is, but
wow.
Alireza there moves his queen one square to the left of the board, supporting his bishop and stopping white from advancing the pawn here. Interesting move. Maybe Vincent should go forward right now.
His time advantage is nearly disappearing here. He's spent so long on that bishop development. It really felt like something was bothering him, and that's why he ended up investing so much.
It might have been this move, because this pin is quite annoying. Like, you want to play this to chase away the black bishop, but now it's never possible anymore. So it's an annoying move to face with not so much time. But maybe he should play a move like this, get out of the pin, and prepare the knight jump.
He did shake his head.
He should move. He should move faster, Vincent. I mean, he's not been very good at like adjusting from the classical to the Armageddon, it seems.
Not at all, unfortunately, for Vincent. He lost all of his Armageddons, and now it's looking not good. All the time advantage is gone. He started with 3 extra minutes. It's all gone now on move 9. Vincent Keymer had such a good chance earlier in the classical. Maybe he's still in that game. Like, how did he not win in a winning position?
Seems like he wants to play perfect chess, but it's not very practical for Armageddon.
He's a pianist, huh? He wants to do all the right notes.
Understandably, but he has no time for it, is unfortunately the situation. And he's going now lower on time than his opponent, who started with 3 minutes less. He's using the bishop to prevent black from castling. So in chess, you cannot castle through check, because the king would have to step through a square that is guarded by your opponent's piece.
And if you try to threaten the white bishop, he's going to hide on this square, still eyeing this diagonal and
be very
avoiding black from castling.
That's pretty annoying for Alireza.
This feels like a classical game.
It does feel like it with the time management and only 10 moves played, but both of them have gone down to their final 5.5 minutes. The bishop is attacked, and it's going all the way back to the edge of the board, as Aryan showed, keeping the same diagonal, preventing black from castling.
Now they speed up.
Trades now on f3. Will the knight take as well?
Maybe this move to close this diagonal.
Nice little move.
And that's what Alireza
Finally,
played.
Alireza is ready to get his king to safety. This knight is pretty strong in the center of the board. I like black's position. I think it's this bishop on the edge of the board is a bit awkward right now.
Very awkward. Both of white's bishops are not very active, while the knight in the middle of the board is a monster. Understandably, Alireza doesn't trade it for the bishop, because in a close position, the knight is really a strong piece.
This move makes sense. You get a trade off that knight. It's a monster.
You gotta trade that piece. Black's knight in the middle of the board is a very, very powerful piece.
But it feels like black has a nice fortress. It feels like it's really hard for Vincent to do any progress.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna be hard to break through, but he has to start by eliminating Alireza's knight in the center.
Yeah, he's maybe worried that black will capture and get the king to safety.
He's dropping his bishop back to in front of the king. But now Alireza can castle with the pawn blocking the bishop's diagonal. Knight trade offered now from a different square.
Yeah, so Alireza now could push this pawn, but it doesn't necessarily help. I think you can move the queen backwards.
Vincent is trading the knight, that monster knight that Alireza had in the middle of the board. How will Alireza take back with the rooks or the pawn? The rook
Yeah.
is capturing.
It's looking good for Alireza.
He's got the control of the only open file
Yeah,
in
and
the
if you
position.
do this, it's just gonna triple.
All the heavy pieces
Triple
on the
here,
open file.
and it's winning the battle of the d file.
Yeah, all the major pieces on the open file.
Triple egg battery.
Well,
Yeah, this is very, very comfortable for Alireza now. White's bishops are far from great. Like usually, if you have the bishop pair in open positions, they can be very, very strong. But here, the bishops are completely closed, and Black is controlling the only open file. So, looking very tough for Vincent as he has 1 minute less on the clock.
and this is really important for Alireza to get the half a point for winning in Armageddon, to be just half a point behind Pragg. Anything can still happen at the top of the standings tomorrow.
Actually, Alireza is playing Wesley tomorrow, so it's a huge game.
Yeah, Norway Chess is still wide open. The top 3 players can still be, either any of them could still win the tournament. And for Alireza to get half a point by winning in Armageddon, that could make the difference between whether he wins the tournament or not. So this is really important, especially for Alireza's standings. Vincent is in 4th place, but the margins are bigger behind.
Whoa.
Oh, pawn
he
sacrifice.
blundered. Vincent has blundered a piece.
Oh.
There is this move that
the bishop.
wins the bishop.
The bishop, a skewer attacking the queen. And if
Very
you move the
unfortunate
queen,
blunder for Vincent Keymer. I think maybe he
bishop.
missed that after he takes this pawn. The knight jumps, hitting the white queen before capturing the bishop. And if you try to protect it, Anna, there is this move.
wow, trapping the bishop because now it has nowhere to go. The queen is blocking the bishop's way back
Yeah, I
home.
mean, that's a very long variation, but I think Alireza, I mean, he's known to be one of the best in the world when it comes to seeing tactics very quickly. So I think he's going to see it.
You have to take the bishop. You have to sacrifice the queen, I guess.
I think he's going to resign if
Really?
Alireza plays that move.
And he is playing the best move, the bishop attacking the queen, and behind it the white bishop. Now the knight jump attacking the queen. And as Aryan showed, if the queen comes back to guard the bishop, Black pushes the pawn and wins the bishop. It has nowhere to go. Vincent Keymer blundered this sequence of moves and is losing a piece.
Yeah. So important to be aware of tactics in Armageddon.
Very important, and to have the energy for it, because they had such a grueling game. The classical game was a roller coaster. They were both winning and losing, but especially for Vincent, he had the initiative from the opening on, and he had a better and then winning position against Alireza. So to him, it's really frustrating that he didn't manage to convert it.
This is unfortunate.
Vincent is trying to find some final resources to not lose it immediately, but the bishop is gone no matter what you do here.
I mean, he has to try this one, and after this, take it. At least he has 3 pawns. But unfortunately, the white pieces are...
He's moving the queen to the king side. Alireza is about to capture Vincent's bishop, be up a knight.
It's going to try...
yeah, to pin the
knight here, but I think you can just push the pawn, and there is nothing there.
I think that's what's going to be happening. Indeed, Vincent will try to target the black knight. No, he's pushing the pawn instead, opening up the diagonal, attacking the black rook in the corner.
Probably just this one.
Or slide the rook behind the queen? No?
Oh!
But
Does that work?
it doesn't really.
Does it work?
That position should be
There's
winning.
some tactics here at
Some
least
tactics,
because
yeah.
the black queen has to be guarding both the black knight and also the black rook that's on the second rank. So it could be Vincent's idea to try to use the bishop to deflect the
Yeah.
queen from the
Yeah, I was thinking
defense.
like this looks like a really natural move, centralizing the rook and also hitting this pawn. And then Vincent has this tactical resource of putting his bishop on this square, trying to distract the black queen. Because the queen defends the rook, right? Like if you take it, Vincent could take the rook, but it seems to me like this position is just lost for Vincent as the knight gets to this square, hurting the white king.
So it will be a knight and the bishop for the rook. Let's see if that's where Alireza goes with his rook. He actually is not moving his rook. He's counter-attacking, pushing his pawn, attacking the white queen.
Going here, I guess, moving the queen one square back.
That's exactly what Vincent does, keeping the diagonal for the queen.
I mean, this one is
keeping
also very natural,
Yeah.
right? Like just tripling, and it seems like Alireza is safe here.
Yeah, all the heavy pieces on the open file.
You can try to trap the black knight though, perhaps, but I think black has this resource.
Vincent is bringing his rook instead of pushing the pawn. He's down a
Now
knight.
this one should just be.
Ooh, that's a very unpleasant
No,
move.
actually, sorry. You probably have this.
Oh, now with the rook. That's tricky. So Vincent's last move is setting up that
Yeah,
pawn push.
setting up a trick here. So yeah, black has to take some care. I think you can, for instance, go here to just stop it.
1 minute left for Alireza. He has to be careful here about that pawn push. The pawn push would cut the defense of the black queen over the black knight.
Yeah, exactly, Anna. So it seems to me that this is just very precise because white doesn't have any moves here. If you go forward to trap the black knight, you can take it. White takes, and then this just picks up material. But let's see what he does. Spending a lot of time.
32 seconds left. He's bringing the rook to the fourth rank, attacking the queen, but counter-attack by Vincent, pushing the pawn, attacking the black queen. Both queens are hanging. Alireza just takes the pawn and says, your queen is still hanging and my knight is guarded by the rook.
Yeah, no, that's good enough.
The rook coming to the fourth rank, but now the pawn is attacking the black queen and opens up the diagonal, so the queen sees again the knight. Everything is protected.
Wow, this game is counter-attack after counter-attack. It's like, you attack me, I attack you. You attack me, I attack you.
Very instructive. The rook is attacking now the white queen. Further attacks are coming to the white pieces. And now trade of rooks in the middle of the board. Up a knight for Alireza Firouzja. He only needs a draw. He doesn't even need to win it in Armageddon.
Yeah, this is very safe for Alireza now. There's no threats.
The knight is attacked. He's coming back to f6 to attack the queen. The queen captures the pawn. Rook is now in the open file. Further attacks to the white queen. You cannot even repeat moves as Vincent because that's the same as losing. In Armageddon, black has draw odds.
Vincent has done a good job though. He's
getting chances and also he has more time. 10 seconds left for Alireza.
But it's really nice to get the bishop on that diagonal because now the white rook gets stuck.
Yeah, and this is move 34. Alireza still has to play 6 more moves to get increment. Bishop attacks the queen. 9 seconds left for Alireza. Can we go on full screen? These are the final seconds, making it to move 40 or not. The king steps out. Queen trade offered by
Playing
Alireza.
really fast, Alireza. He's only needs 2 more moves. He's going to be in time.
Rook to the second rank, and now the rook captures the white pawn with 6 seconds for Alireza. He's completing move 40, so he's getting now 1 second increment, targeting the bishop that's been pinned, capturing the pawn on the queen side. And Vincent Keymer resigns against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza wins the Armageddon. What a day this has been. Their classical game was a roller coaster. Anyone could have won it, and now Alireza takes the half point for winning the Armageddon. And in the standings, that will matter a lot because now he's half a point behind Praggnanandhaa, and Pragg is 1 point behind Wesley. So, and on the final day, we're gonna have Alireza against tournament leader Wesley. So, as you said, Aryan.
Huge game tomorrow as Alireza currently on 3rd place will play against the tournament leader Wesley. So tomorrow, so really anything can happen. We're down for a thriller of a finish. All these 3 players Wesley So, Praggnanandhaa and Alireza Firouzja fighting for first, and all going down tomorrow.
Anyone can still win, indeed. And we do have an interview with Magnus Carlsen, who was grinding earlier in his classical game against Wesley, so didn't find a way to break through Wesley's defense and then lost the Armageddon. So let's go over to Magnus and hear his thoughts about the games.
Magnus, we saw in classical you tried to put some pressure on Wesley. Could you tell us, did you have any chances?
No, not as far as I could tell. I felt that I was, putting a little bit of pressure, as you said, at least psychologically. Objectively, like, I didn't ever feel like I had anything particularly serious, and I thought he did a very good job holding things together, swapping when he could, and forcing me kind of not to steer the game towards a draw. But I was happy that it was a decent performance. I felt that my play was pretty normal. Of course, that has to do with the kind of position you get as well. This one was a lot easier to play than a lot of the other games. But at least it feels all right to have played a game where I was never in any danger.
And in Armageddon, what happened there? What went wrong? And also, why did you start later than expected?
I don't know. I was following the game between Vincent and Alireza, and nobody made any. I didn't remember what time they said we were going to start, so I was just following the game and assuming that somebody would start the game at some point. I have no idea, but I was happy to follow a very exciting game of chess. As for the game itself, he just completely crushed me, but I didn't care a lot at that point. It was certainly an important win for him. For me, winning the classical would have mattered. The Armageddon, not so much.
Thank you for your comment. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wow, Vincent, another draw in classical, another crazy game. Please tell us what happened. You were pushing so much.
Yeah, I think everything went very well. I got my prep, which was nothing special, but still kind of threw him off and he made some mistakes. Then I got a really, really nice position, strategically dominating. He at some point gave the exchange to, get some counterplay, which I fully understood, but I don't think it was really enough compensation. And just when I felt like, okay, now I should have everything under control, I managed to mess it up first until it got complicated and then even to a lost position, which was, I realized during the game that if I would lose this game, this would really be like a very, very difficult to kind of, come back to the next game normally. But at least I didn't lose and drew that game. So now I'm still not happy, but it's kind of acceptable.
Yeah, having crazy games, but so far didn't lose a single classical game. That's of course important. But Armageddon somehow doesn't work out. What is happening? What is going wrong?
I wish I knew. If I knew how to correct it, I would. But it's not easy. But that's just the way it is. I have to accept it for now.
And tomorrow you're facing Pragg, who is currently on the roll, like winning 3 games in the classical in a row. What do you expect from it, or is there going to be some special preparation?
No, he's white. He'll be ambitious, so I'm pretty sure we'll have a nice big battle, 10th now, and I'm looking forward to that.
Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And this is it, the results of the penultimate round here at Norway Chess. Aryan, walk us through what happened today.
So we had the game between the tournament leader and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen that ended in an Armageddon win for the American. The crazy match between Vincent Keymer and Alireza Firouzja was back and forth, eventually ended in a draw, but Alireza took the Armageddon there, gets important 1.5 points, and Gukesh, world champion, has been struggling, losing his match in the Indian clash-up between him and Pragg. Pragg takes very important 3 points and is currently on 2nd place.
He is currently in 2nd place after having won 3 games in a row, hat-trick by Pragg, who is half a point behind tournament leader Wesley So, and half a point behind Pragg is Alireza. Out of those 3 grandmasters, anyone can still win the tournament because you get 3 points for winning in classical, and this could really be decided in the final moments of tomorrow's games, especially since two of them are facing each other. And when it comes to Norway Chess Women, Simon, we had so much excitement today again.
Yes, Jiner won against Divya in the classical game, and it's a nice boost for her, trying to go, for Bibisara, but Bibisara just won. So Bibisara draw the classical game against Anna Muzychuk, but Anna won the Armageddon. We had also Humpy and Wenjun, and they went into a draw in the classical. Wenjun won into the Armageddon.
And that means that we have a huge chase for the second place. The second place and third, all the top spots are still up for grabs except for the first, because we already have a champion in Norway Chess Women. Her name is Bibisara Assaubayeva. We had the honor to interview both Bibisara and her boyfriend Zavokir Sindarov, the world champion challenger Sindarov, who is here helping Bibisara, the power couple of the chess world right now. And Bibisara wins the tournament with 1 round to spare. Huge win for Bibisara, the biggest tournament win in her life when it comes to classical chess, and she can just enjoy tomorrow's game. She's already world number 4 in the ratings. Aryan, you were checking how the top of the women's standings here in our tournament. We know Bibisara is the champion, and she has climbed so much when it comes to the rating, being world number 4 already.
Yeah, it's just been a huge year for Bibisara. I mean, it feels like she has one good result after the other, and it's not long ago she became a grandmaster. So yeah, she's killing it. I hope it continues for her.
It's been going really well for Bibisara and for Sindarov in the Canada's tournament, and just lovely to see how they support each other. Simon, your thoughts on Bibisara winning the tournament with 1 round to spare?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing for her, and I don't know how she feels inside. I hope she's happy. I hope she can celebrate and with Zavokir. But yeah, all the best to her.
And she'll definitely still prepare for tomorrow's game, because it matters to her. It matters to her to finish on a high note, win perhaps even more rating points, because tomorrow she will be ambitious, I believe, against the reigning women's world champion, Wenjun. We'll also see Chinese rising star Jiner, who won a really important game today. She will be facing Humpy Koneru, who's been struggling a bit in this year's event. And defending champion Anna Muzychuk will be facing Divya Deshmukh. Divya was the tournament leader earlier in the tournament, but her final rounds didn't go very well. But for Anna, it's still crucial what will happen, because Jiner is just a point ahead of her. So there's a very big chase there, a race for the top spots right behind Bibisara for a lot of cash at stake. There's nearly $200,000 a prize fund, both for Norway Chess Women and for Norway Chess. This is what's happening tomorrow in Norway Chess. Aryan, the final round, the final showdown.
It's a perfect final round showdown, because we get world number 1 Magnus against world champion Gukesh. I mean, we had this famous table slam moment last year. Magnus won the first clash up here between them, but it's always a very interesting fight. And then for the tournament situation, the 2 other boards are more entertaining, as we have Pragg currently on 2nd place, playing against Vincent Keymer, and Alireza, Firouzja currently on third place, but really close to Pragg and Wesley, and facing tournament leader Wesley Soder in the last matchup.
This is it. This is the final showdown. Tomorrow is the last day here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We want to thank you all for tuning in, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. In Norway Chess, the race is still wide open, and in Norway Chess Women, Bibisara is our champion, but all the other spots are still up for grabs. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a great night, great day, and see you all tomorrow for the final showdown here in Oslo.